Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds you well. I hope everybody can hear me. I hope everything is nice and smooth. Oh my gosh, y'all, this is awesome. Oh, I'm hearing me through the. Good morning, good morning. That's what's happening. All right. Well, it's a Tuesday morning. It feels definitely like a Monday morning. Good morning, Miss Anne. Yay, everything's working great. The hat's on. I got it on. I got my breakfast coffee. Oh, thank you to Jesus. I got my coffee. I got my breakfast. I got everything going on this morning. We are going to be entering into the oh my gosh, Karen Reed trial again. This is the 18th day. Some of y'all questioned me about that. I do not include I do not include the opening comments, opening statement day. So this is the actual 18th day of trial. So of witnesses. And we are going to be starting again with the cross examination of Brian Higgins. He's let a few little bombshells out, although we've had little sneak peeks of it, where Karen Reed planted a kiss on him and they were flirting via text, no intimacy. But then on the 23rd of January, she ghosted him until the text came on the morning of the 29th that John O'Keefe had passed away. We have some issues with um, he is actually has a lawyer there because of some of the questioning. He has been pulled from field duty and is on desk duty. So, yeah, interesting. The destroyed phone calls is very spicy, and I hope we get to more of that. The destroyed phones, because he states that he got the letter from the Commonwealth that, oh, I just want to pop my neck. I'm sorry. From the Commonwealth that told him that he is not to destroy, delete, alter anything, his cell phones. And, well, after receiving the letter, he took the SIM card out, destroyed it, and threw the cell phone in a dumpster. So hopefully we're going to get to that. Before we get going, let's go and get the happy birthdays done. Please understand, I'm looking for the happy birthday song on my. There it is. We're going to try it this way. And if you guys can't hear the happy birthday, please let me know because I'm going to try and play it through the switcher and not on the computer. I have a little more control that way. We don't have a ton of birthdays. Oh, but we have some special ones. So, y'all ready for the birthdays? Here we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
All right, y'all. Here's our happy birthdays. Michelle. Oh, have a great birthday. Mandy, thank you so much. It's my birthday. Happy birthday. Dissa, happy birthday. Teresa, oh my gosh, love you. Have an amazing birthday.
Happy
birthday
to you.
Scott, have a great birthday.
Happy
Charla,
birthday
Jennifer, Lisa,
to
Kelly.
you.
Oh, I hope it's amazing. Patsy, oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in ages. Jesse and Stephanie. Oh, Robin, Stephanie, I miss you terribly. She was one of my teachers when I was in school for sign language. Okay, well, we'll have to run that one through the computer. But in the meantime, y'all, happy birthday. happy, 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 happy birthday. May it be as fabulous as you are. Okay. So, oh, I'm trying to kind of keep up a little bit with things a little better so I don't have as much to do on the tail end. I'm also going to try and sign as much as possible today. It is not easy to sign, talk at the same time, type and write and push buttons, but we're going to give it a try. And I'm hoping my hearing aids will keep on working all day long. We'll see. I have my backup ears here. Oh, getting comfy. This is the wrong shirt to wear when you're signing, but that's okay. So, um, I just set that up. Brian Higgins, I'll do it here. Brian Higgins, because he's an ATF federal agent. So it'll be Brian Higgins. Um, he's interesting. He's interesting. I have to give him kudos because the defense lawyer really tried to upset him, frustrate him to the point that he would lose control of his emotions. And thank God he stayed under control, but you could still see on his face he was not happy. Compare that with McCabe. Jennifer McCabe. Oh my gosh, she just could not hide it or control it. So we've had a few days of real spicy testimony. Um, I'm excited and can't wait for today's um, trial to start. Put that down. I'm just making sure I have the video ready. The mm, okay, everything's ready to go. I have a new sponsor, as you can see right here, right there. It is coffee, and everyone knows that I just love my coffee. It is awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and run the commercial. Oh, I have to get everything back together. And oh, you know how this is. Here's our commercial. Now, everyone, please be nice. It's my first commercial I've ever made. Hey, y'all. I am so excited we have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 4 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. Y'all, I can't tell you how many takes it took to make that. And guess what? The fan in court is not moving, and you can see how dirty it is. That's why I hate white fans. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really, really do. It's not easy, y'all. Sorry, I forgot to sign. I was saying that's my first commercial that I've made. It's not easy. Took me many, many different tries. I will become better. I promise. I promise. I promise. Today I am trying to eat healthy. So I have breakfast. I have a banana and avocado. Um, with have y'all heard about not your bagel seasoning? That stuff is delicious. Delicious. That is not the sponsor, y'all. But they also the Shooter Shack coffee. Look at that. Isn't that a cute tumbler? And I like it because it's nice, it's easy to handle, it's great. I'm very happy with that. Well, that should maybe go there. Actually, it's going to go over here because I got water in it and I'm drinking it. Got coffee in my mug. I am ready to go. How is everybody doing? And did you have a fabulous 3-day weekend? A weekend? Oh my gosh, 3 days off. It felt strange not being live for 3 days. Well, I did go live, but it was not because I have to. It's because I wanted to. And it gets emotional for me on any kind of military holiday because of my father and other friends and family who have served in the military. My father was in the Coast Guard and our CG. I'm not awake yet, and he he served for more than I think it was more than 20 years. I think it was closer to 22 years, and I have wonderful memories of that time. And um, my favorite place I think we lived, Petaluma, California. Lived in a very old yellow Victorian house, and it was just beautiful. I'd wake up every morning and I throw back my curtains and I look out the window and I could see the different hills just after hills, and everyone was a different color. Good morning, Miss Kevin. How are you today? Did you have a wonderful weekend? It was hard to wake up this morning. I did not go to sleep. I could not fall asleep until closer to 2 in the morning. And then of course I got up at 6:30, so I'm tired. This week is going to be off because really today feels more like a Monday and not a Tuesday. So what did you do with your family? Oh, I hope it's a well check visit. I hope they're healthy and okay. Oh my gosh. We are waiting, waiting, waiting for court to start. Oh, lake house. Was it barbecue? And see, I miss those days. I don't have family anymore to do that with. No one that I know does that anymore. It saddens me. I miss going and having the family reunions and um, being on the lake and fishing and swimming and all of that for 3 days. We had a wonderful family reunion every 4th of July. It was wonderful. It was in Longview, Texas. Now, right now, that's about an 8-hour drive from where I live. It's way in the upper northeast corner of Texas. So it's awesome. Okay, I see some movement on the camera, or I should say video. So they should be starting soon. Any guesses as to what we will possibly hear today. I'm hoping they talk a whole lot more about the phone being destroyed. Yeah, that's a huge thing. And the fact that Brian Higgins has a lawyer with him while he's testifying is very unusual. And that Brian Higgins has, um, or possibly, I think he's still under investigation. Aww, that's awesome. Yeah, it was close. See, there's a lot of signs that I have not used since college, and one of those is investigation. Um, and there's a lot of signs that we do not learn that are connected to court proceedings. So I'm having to learn as we watch, and I'm writing down and learning more and more words. You never stop learning ASL truly because the language is always changing a little bit. As you guys can see, I finished my hat. I'm finished beating my hat. Uh, okay. And I I thought about putting bling all the way around here, but my kids said no, don't add it. They like it the way it is now. So I left it. Um I love this hat. I'm thinking if I can find another one that I'll bead another hat that's the same, and then I will give that hat away as a prize in the future. These hats, this one took about 18 hours. That's because I was not working focused on the hat. This will do about 8 hours if I'm not distracted and I'm focused on actually just working and not on watching YouTube or anything like that. So I enjoy doing that. It's really calming for me. And I'm getting ready to start another project. So I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I'm going to decide that later today. And I'm going to start that. I need to make my Native American leggings. They go from the knee to the ankle and they wrap around and they're 100% beaded. 100%. Takes a long, long time to do that. Good morning, Ronnie. How are you? And thank everyone who joined me for my pop up lives this weekend. It blesses me when you do that. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I really need y'all's help. If you know anyone who can help me create a web page, I would be so happy and blessed for that information. It's not something that I really, really wanted to do right now, but I'm seeing the need for that. Now that I have a sponsor and everything is moving quite fast, I really need help. Really need help. Um, The court camera is moving, so I think we're getting ready to start. I'll need to adjust my volumes in a second. Um, let's do a swoop.
versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unity for Karen.
Okay, so it's only in my left ear
Good
right now.
morning, jurors. Before
You are unmuted.
I just want to mention that Attorney Jackson is not here today. Please don't consider that in any way. Certainly don't hold it against Ms. Reed for him not being here. Just don't consider it at all in your deliberations. So I do have to ask you those.
I hope he's okay.
Are you all able to follow my instructions and refrain?
Wow, I hope he's okay.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Everyone said no. Thank you very much. All right, let's bring Mr. Higgins in, please. And Ms. Gianetti, you'll be taking over?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, we'll have to see how this works because her lawyer's not here today. So they're changing to the second lawyer. So we'll have to see how the cross changes with that because every lawyer has a different personality. So, wow.
Good morning.
Good morning. Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was the complete, I let them know that it was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
Spicy already.
No, to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the questioning very simple, sir, okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you've previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Hopefully that trial does not take more than 1 day. Ew, that's bad. He knew that it was going to have 8 weeks of trial at minimum here. So why did he have another one? I don't know. Sometimes judges do not care you have other trials.
Having read that document, sir, does that?
I have
reflect
gained
the
this up as far as I
telling
can.
in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right, so your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's,
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm
I
not
would have
asking you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
cut it up or broke it.
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But
In another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up or the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get
access
this
the
right.
data, correct?
Sorry.
No, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well, we already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you were under oath when you were testifying
Hold on, guys. I got to get this to set.
on June
There we
1st
go.
of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
You raised your right hand.
That's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023 was about a year ago, correct?
Yes.
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone?
Yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used a passive voice. It went in a
Oh, sorry, guys.
Disposed of with the
Oh,
phone.
sorry.
No, I understand, but are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor, I put it in a trash bag. Or with my
And
trash.
then you also took your phone, now without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I testified
Did you drive
was
to a military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base, yes.
Did you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
Believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to that.
I said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well, you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
What?
Thank you, Your Honor.
What?
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And you had the plow down on the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground, yes.
And about how long distance again was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time.
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road later on that morning.
Yes,
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
yes.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Ms. Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
about 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now, with reference to that, what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
So that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant, between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 104A. Direct your attention to back there, specifically the back page, but a little bit before that. If you could just let me know whether or not there's any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, and what I'm asking you about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you asked some questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of them. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
And so with regard to that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if the defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
reference to going to the Canton Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Canton Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Canton Police Station to move the vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get them moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
I'll allow it.
And so seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And if a call is connected, then it starts ringing, and unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the form.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that? Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain.
You were asked some specific points as far as your testimony in the prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding? Objection.
Sustained is to the form, Mr. Lawler.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
I'm going to back that up for a second.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No.
Okay.
On Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sallyport area, is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office.
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sallyport, does the key card, you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sallyport itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
I just set up closed captioning on my computer for me personally. It's not on the YouTube. I wish I know how to shrink it down on the YouTube video, but I'm learning and I still can't. It's okay.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
Yes.
And that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Lord.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records.
No, I'll allow that.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day, would you quarrel with 18 entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order.
Yeah.
for your phone sometime-
Let's try.
Correct.
Let's
I
try
received,
and
a
fix
subpoena
that
on
one.
September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing at which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that that motion had been denied?
So I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion? Objection.
I'll allow that.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
And so when was it that you disposed of your phone?
It would have been, it was about 2 months after that,
And why was it that you disposed of the phone?
because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what, if anything else, was going on with reference to your
Don't believe it.
that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns, and so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
And a lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Before this case right here, yes.
Now, as far as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
And as far as photos or videos or what, if anything, like that, did you even have one?
I didn't have much in the sense that I'm divorced. I don't have kids. I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
They're blowing smoke up my rear end so bad, I'm sending off smoke signals.
Down the Cape.
Can y'all hear that?
How often, let me ask you this, when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash down there?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton and I had the house there and then I sold it and then I had the in-law I was renting. So I had other options to throw things away.
Did you have permission to be disposing of your trash on a military post?
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be.
That is not something you should be doing. That
Should
is
be
not your
somewhere else.
dumpster. That is not allocated for your trash.
So with reference to.
I call BS on that.
If you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
You were shown some call logs.
This guy was good.
Something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
One moment, Your
Y'all,
Honor.
you're not supposed to be throwing personal trash in a dumpster on a military post. I don't buy that crap. I used to live on base. And even then, we couldn't just go throw trash in dumpsters. You can't do this. Good morning, Ronnie. Good morning, Eddie.
You didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not. No.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, please.
On January 29th.
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
No further questions.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and.
Boy, he was ready to jump up. Y'all. I call his BS. Yeah, that is not kosher, I guess, for the lack of a better word. Y'all, I got new sounds. Listen.
This guy was good.
I'm sorry, what?
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
That's a good one.
Oh, no, you don't.
They're blowing smoke up my rear end so bad, I'm sending off
no,
smoke
you
signals.
Don't.
Wait. All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
I like that one. I forgot about that one. Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay, so they are really trying to fix this, and truthfully, they don't have anything. They don't have much on it. I was hoping for more fireworks, but I don't think we're going to get it. Okay, he's like, he tapped her. He's like, I got this.
Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on.
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Okay. You did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022? Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call supposedly from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th of 2022.
July
I was so
25th.
concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September of 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with
I just said that doesn't make sense. It's 2 months later.
Karen Reed,
And then you change your phone
testified
after
that
receiving the preservation
you
letter.
were embarrassed about them.
I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that
About
might have
5
been
minutes ago.
might have been a word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do you deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that, no.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
But they could still get all of those texts from the phone provider themselves. Doesn't matter if he threw away his cell phone and cut up the
One more thing.
Sims
With regard to
card.
the date that
Doesn't
you
matter.
changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone, yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th. That's correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oh, did you hear the tone in her voice? Okay, Mr. Higgins, you
All right,
were
Mr.
all
Long, who's the
set.
next witness?
May we approach?
Sure.
Oh, crap. We have a new witness coming up, but what did you guys think about his testimony in the end today? It did not help, in my opinion. The prosecution did not help. It didn't really hurt them, but it did not help them. What's y'all's opinion? Please comment below. Also, do not forget to like and subscribe. Oh, I need to go to the swoop swoop. Get ready to do the swoop swoop. I am happy we're off with Brian Higgins.
Bruce, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
You are unmuted.
What?
All rise to the court, please. Follow me.
Are you kidding me? We'll still do the swoop swoop thing. I don't know what's happening, but we'll see later. Okay. I'm still think that the worst and worst
All right,
evidence
so
for
Mr.
this
Morelli, your next witness is
Ryan
a
Higgins.
juvenile.
Oh,
All right, so there's a
child.
specific media order that there'll be no transmission of this testimony. Well,
Oh,
and by agreement of the parties, the child witness will be sitting in the courtroom, in the witness stand when the jury comes back in. And that's by agreement, Ms. Gianetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so 10 o'clock or so we'll come back out?
so does that mean we're not going to get to see that? Snap it.
Goodbye.
Uh? Okay, I know I'm going crazy here. Does that mean that we're not going to at least get to hear the testimony? I understand not seeing the witness, but being able to hear the testimony. Why are we not even going to get to see or hear the testimony? That to me is, oh no, y'all. Are you kidding me? I'm going to listen to, hold on a second. I'm listening to something. Hold on. A minor. A minor is testifying. So the people in the Twitter who are will give updates, but with the media order, we're not going to be able to see or hear anything. We're not going to be able to see or hear anything from the niece and nephew, which I don't think is correct. I'm a little bit speechless. I understand hiding the face of the child, but they could still allow the audio. Okay, so let's talk about the phone situation. You have Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, the Bryans, both the day before on the 29th of July. Giving up the I'm just going to put pen up there. what bothers me is if one of them had given up their phone, that would not been a big deal for me. But both of them giving up their phone, yeah, I struggle with that. The day before, that just goes to show that the suspicion of them being told by the DA that this was coming, and they were told to destroy their phones before they received the letter. And both of them butt dialed each other, and both of them had a bunch of other communications. What are they hiding? But why did the defense not subpoena the phone records from both parties, both Bryans, Albert and Higgins? That to me is frustrating. I'm just perplexed. The phone situation. So if one person would have done it to me, it wouldn't have been as bad, but both of them the day before, and it is rumored that the district attorney informed them that this was coming. It doesn't look well. And the fact that he said and this was in September, I'm sorry. And then in July 5th, he said Brian Higgins stated that, oh, sorry, I got to be signing. Brian Higgins stated that he had a phone call from a target person that they were investigating, and that was it just did not sit well with him. So he decided 2 months later, more than 2 months later, to destroy his phone the day before he actually received the letter to save the phone and all information. That to me is not correct. Correct.
I'm sorry, what?
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
That point in and of itself with both Brian's, oh, I can't do it. It's hard to talk and fingerspell at the same time. The both Brian's phones itself is a reasonable doubt. Doubt. What is your opinions, and Ronnie, whoever is watching right now, about those phones? That in and of itself really, how did they know that those letters were coming? District attorney. I'm looking at some comments. Somebody asked who told him to get rid of the phones. Well, guess what? They're saying nobody told him to get rid of the phones. However, for both, saying that no one said destroy your phones, but both Brian's at the same day destroyed and threw away or exchanged in for new phones. That does match up. Now, I understand kids testifying, it's important, but these children are close to the age of 18 now. Anyone know the age of the two children? Can you tell me that? I hate when that happens. Sorry about that, guys. I do not know. But remember, everyone and all this is under the investigation of the federal government, and possibly they have asked for them not to use that information. So, yes, 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 yes. Um, I thought of that last week and I forgot it, but that's a good point. Matthew McCabe knows very well how to manipulate technical data. Oh, gosh. So we're going to have probably maybe 1 to 2 hours of no testimony. If you were on the jury, how did that information impact you? Did that help create reasonable doubt or what? How did that impact you? I remember watching the Wagner trial, and the ones who unveiled the victim's testimony was muted and no video. I understand that to a point. I wish we had the ability for the lawyers' questions to be microphoned and with sound, and then the witnesses' answers no sound. Is pushing a button to start and stop the sound, but I understand the risk involved in that. Oh, it's just be so hard to just sit here. Unless they think the testimony is going to be fast. I don't know. Someone said that Morrissey told them about um, the warning letter that was coming. And that's why both of them destroyed the phones. I agree. Let's see. Jackson asked him about that on Friday, and Yannetti just asked him again in the end. Lally will probably drag it out. Eh. I don't think the judge is going to permit Lally to drag out the kids' testimony. I hope that the judge will keep it short and sweet. But I need help from my mods. Who has connection on Twitter? Because I don't have that. I'm working on it behind the scenes right now. I need to find. Why is that so huge? Settings. I need to find the Karen Reed sources. Somebody on Twitter who has something going on with the Karen Reed. Because with the Karen Reed trial, Why is that so freaking huge? The latest. I'm trying to do this, guys, and it's difficult. I'm not a Twitter person. I don't know. Brandy's X page. Okay. Well, just anything that pops up. Anything that pops up. Okay. Why is everything so big? Oh. Okay, guys. So what I'm looking for is okay, I'm gonna have to move all this. And I don't know what just happened. There I am. Okay. So there's that. There's this. There's that. Ugh. This is so hard, y'all. Sorry, I got to pop my neck. I just accidentally put something away. I need to get the pop out chats again. Okay, so that's done. You know, it's important for the protection of the children in the streaming. I get that, but the problem I have, I just struggle with this is the page I want. Snap it. I'm pulling up some things to talk about. I'm trying to find, but I do understand the importance of them. I do understand the importance of them protecting the children. That I'm not. I am all in for y'all, but I just wish I had a little further advance notice. I just wish I had a little bit of advance notice. That's all. That would have helped me a whole lot. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to do 20 things at once. Trying to Yep, I agree with her. They're going to most likely call both of them back to back just to get this done with. It is up to the judge, and I don't fault the judge for protecting the children in any way, shape, or form. That is very important to protect those children. I don't disagree with that. But a little forewarning would have been fabulous. Just so those of us who are doing these streams could potentially have planned a little better. I have him up and I have Brandy up right now. I got both of them going. Just so I can. So it just depends on what everybody thinks. This is like, again, this is my first big trial and I'm kind of a little perplexed. Let me kind of minimize all these pages now. I've got so much up on my screen. Okay. I want his voice. I didn't want hers. I got to open up my shop. I will be right back, y'all. I apologize, but I got to turn on the open sign and do that. So give me a minute. I'm going to run the commercial. Hey, y'all. I am so excited. We have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you, and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. Yay, I'm back. That was quick. I think what I'm going to try and do is talk about another case in the meantime. Um, all right, I'm trying to find the paperwork. Trying to find the paperwork. Okay, let's do this. Move this over here. At least I can have a somewhat. Okay, guys. How many of y'all are following Alec Baldwin? I know I'm going to lose viewers at this point. I apologize, guys. What's happening right now was not something I had thought of. I guess other people are more prepared than I am because this is my first trial. It sucks, but document. But I am a little flustered because I was not ready for this. Was not ready for this. So I do apologize. I am. Okay, that's the Karen Reed court. I'm trying to go to the Alec Baldwin. I'll just search it. I may have deleted it. John. Okay. Let's go and delete bin. I don't know why. This is just feels like one of those days that no matter what I do, it is it's just a hard day today, y'all. People say I just need Twitter. Well, I understand I need Twitter, but I'm learning all of this. I have jumped into this situation to where I'm learning so much at one time. So let me see. I got to bring the ring up. Let me see if I can get Twitter on my phone to pop up. Why don't I even have Twitter? What happened to it? Is it X now? Is that what I need? X? Because I know it all changed. Apps. I know. I'm just so inept today. Are they able to? There we go. I'm downloading it. Are they? Do we know if this 10-minute break? Yes, sorry, but I do need to get Twitter. I do need to do all that. Oh gosh, y'all. I mean, it is just like it's just huh. And why is I have the Twitter up on my screen on the computer right now. It is so large. Everything is so let's see if I can minimize this. Oh, that is so much better. Mo better. Okay. So you can live stream on Twitter? Oh, dude. I need to figure out how to do this. Let's see if that works. Okay. Oh, I don't want to do that. I'll just do it this way. I'm already in Twitter. Okay, so do we have any? But how do I find who is following the trial on Twitter? I don't even know who those players are. Don't have a clue who those players are. And I just hope I did not delete my own. No, I didn't. Okay. I know, but I think what I'm going to do is while I have everything on, I'm going to see if I can add my Twitter account. Authorize app. Oh, am I? Oh, did I just do something by myself without help? We could talk about different things. I'm just going to use this time to learn. I apologize, y'all. I will announce and make it known when things come back on. But y'all, I just this is a good time for me to use to learn. Like I said, most of you guys know that I'm very new at this, and this is a lot of activity. So yeah. So yeah. Ada. So where do I go to find myself? Ada, what's happening? Oh, I'm live on Twitter. I did it. I have 0 views, but that's okay. I did it. Oh, I'll be right back, y'all. The telephone is ringing. It's a ringing. I got to go answer it. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. Be right back. Okay, so what I did, and now I'm going to have to do some more arranging, is I just brought a phone in here because I have not been able to catch the phone calls quickly enough. So give me a split second. I'll be right back. Okay, here I is. I made it. Oh, y'all. So now I need to there we go. Turn that volume down. I have the phone in here now, y'all. It's a lot to handle. I got my son's shop I'm dealing with while he's feeling a little tired this morning. The dog was tired. She didn't want to come to work. Nobody wanted to come to work. So, what? What? No way. Oh, so Ronnie, out of all of those people, who would you suggest I follow first? Who is the one you suggest I follow first? Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. Thank you guys for joining me so much. I appreciate you. I'm Adakay on Twitter. If you don't know who I am your alternate juror. I am not an attorney. However, I am actually in college right now. My study of choice is definitely the criminal justice system. I have only been on YouTube for this is my 10th week, I believe. And I have a YouTube channel called Alternate Juror. So you may join me here on Twitter or you may join me over on the YouTube channel. Either way, I'm so happy to have you. I grew up hearing, but I became deaf over the last 20 years. I do sign. So if you have friends or family who were deaf or hard of hearing who know ASL, I'm trying to integrate that into my lives. It's very hard to talk and sign at the same time, but it's very cool. So right now what's happening is that we're on a recess and the two children, the niece and nephew of John O'Keefe, are going to be testifying, and we are not going to be able to see or hear that part of their testimony. It's a hard place to be on that one. I really want to know what they say, but it's important to protect the kids. That is the most important thing at this point, is to protect the children. So right now we are kind of on hold until they come back. So I am so new at this. So I appreciate everyone on Twitter, or X as they now call it, coming in and watching me. I'm excited to have you. Welcome, welcome. Please like. I don't know if y'all subscribe or not. Yes, subscribe, please, on the X channel. I would appreciate it. Or come back over to my YouTube channel. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Oh my gosh. So we had before, earlier this morning, a very short finishing of the cross. And then we had the redirect, and then we had the recross again. Not a whole lot of information was new, if anything. But one point that really kind of stuck with me was that we have the information about the cell phones. One thing that I am very uncomfortable with was the fact that he pulled out the SIM card, either broke it or cut it. He destroyed the phone and the SIM card, well, not really destroyed the phone, but he got a trash bag and threw them in there, tied them up, and drove past a military base. And then he decided to throw them out in a dumpster. That is so wrong. I don't know if you can be charged for that, but I remember when I lived on a military base, you could not take your personal trash and throw it in any dumpster. That's why they had trash pickup. And the rules are very, very, very specific there. So for me, he knew. I do not believe that he had that pattern of behavior of driving past a military base if he did not have time to throw his trash away, to drive and stop on a military base and throw away his trash. That does not fit for me at all.
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
Didn't happen at all. So, y'all, this is an important thing here. And we have somewhere I've heard that the district attorney possibly shared with both Brian's that they needed to destroy their phones that day because they had a letter stating, hey, warning, do it now because as tomorrow, y'all, not cool. Not cool in the least. And I'm sorry, I'm having to check with something. It is very hard to sign and talk and compute and all at the same time. I am not an interpreter right now. I learned how to interpret, but I am not a certified courtroom interpreter. I sign for myself. If you're watching and you know sign language and I get it wrong, be nice. It's okay to nicely comment wrong sign and give me the correct sign. I do not have the ability to sign every day because no one in my life signs but me. But I wanted to provide access to the deaf and hard of hearing community. So that's very important to me. Oh, let's go here. Close player. Sorry, okay, I'm going to put this here. Sorry, my mouse decided to go slow. My mouse decided to go slow. Like, how slow can you go? One of the things that I was thinking about over this weekend is definitely all of the situation with Jennifer and Carrie. I did a live with Jennifer and Carrie and was able to sorry, I got to pop out chat. I lost it. But with Jennifer and Carrie, because y'all think about this for a minute. There was a lot of inconsistencies between their two stories. A lot of inconsistencies between the two stories. Jennifer, for one, when we're talking about the time that apparently Karen Reed drove to Jennifer McCabe's home, and then Jennifer McCabe drove Karen back to John O'Keefe's home. And Carrie kind of drove up and followed at the same time. Well, that's very interesting because Jennifer stated when they got out of the car, meaning her, Jennifer, and Karen Reed got out of the car, Karen Reed said Look, look, my tail light is broken. It's cracked. There's no sign for that one. And then Jennifer kind of looked at it and saw there were parts of it that were missing or lost. And then she said that they walked into the house through the garage. Well, that's fine, but it did not happen when they arrived. The video shows that did not happen. All three of the women got out of the cars and walked into the garage and then into the house. Now let's set that aside and talk about Carrie Roberts' testimony. She was shown the video before the questions were asked, and she stated, "Now that I have seen the video, I thought it was before, but now I see it was after when we were getting ready to leave that Karen Roberts said, 'Look, look, my tail light is cracked.'" So, a lot of small inconsistencies between the two testimonies. Sorry, I have a baby kitten. She's now 8 weeks old, and she's just hopping around behind me. It's kind of distracting. So I'm going to take a sip of coffee, but I need to let you go for a swift minute. I shall be right back, y'all. Okay, everybody, I'm back. Yay! Okay, sorry about that. Court is still in recess. I'm watching the video. So, uh, okay, so, um, I was talking about the testimony between Jen and Carrie Roberts. The confusion thing for me, and I've got to try and get this to where y'all can't see it. There we go. The confusing thing for me is the two women met before they were interviewed by Proctor um, to work through their timelines. Now, I kind of felt like they were throwing under the bus, John O'Keefe's mother, Peggy. They said, hey, Peggy told us to sit down and journal document our timeline of the night before and that morning. That kind of felt icky to me. I don't agree that you should ever throw that woman under the bus. That was just wrong. Very, very wrong. I don't understand that. It does not make me happy. And for me, it's hard to believe that a woman in the car, after hearing that her son had died, would say that to the two women. Y'all, I'm a first responder. I'm a chaplain. I'm a volunteer firefighter. I have been many accidental and not accidental scenes. And I have never heard any person say, hey, two of you need to get together and talk about your timelines here. I don't, that's out. This is allergy. This is agree. I do not agree with that. If she did it, I would be surprised. What are your thoughts? What do you think? Please comment. I would welcome all comments. It's important for me. This, the way I am doing my lives is very much a group effort. I love the commenting. I love my viewers to be involved. I love all of that. So please feel free to share your opinions and your comments. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. So, I want to pull something up real quick. I'm pulling something up. Hopefully it'll work. Oh, I want to sneeze. Sorry, hold on. There's usually a second one that comes along, and I don't know when it's going to come. It'll come quickly, I'm sure. It is so hard. I have to really give kudos to a few people. Brandy, kudos to people like Brandy Churchwell and Emily D. Baker and Recovery Addict, whom I love. He's been a wonderful supporter of me. He has tried helping me. He has come on some of my YouTube lives, and we've had a wonderful time. And Recovery Addict has also been helping me with technology. He's been a wonderful, wonderful mentor, and I really want to bless him. So, thank you everyone for joining me. It's just so precious for me. So now we have the two children. Does anybody know what possibly that they're testifying to other than the relationship between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed? Right now, on one side, we heard testimony from John O'Keefe's family that Karen Reed was helping John O'Keefe when he was working, take care of the children, that she was really spoiling the children. And John O'Keefe was not happy about that. They talked about the donut at Dunkin' Donuts. I think it was that morning or a day or so close to the event that he died. So on that side, the family knew about that, but that was not reason to kill anyone. Um, Ronnie on YouTube says, I think it's possibly about the argument in Aruba. Well, then you see people say, sorry, I got to move this back a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I have to kind of adjust everything for signing. It is not the same. I have to move back more when I sign. The discussion in Aruba, once again, we're hearing from everyone but Karen Reed herself. So a lot of it to me is hearsay. It doesn't give a whole lot of weight for me. And it very well may be true. If the testimony is correct, then Karen Reed by Brian Higgins, Karen Reed was very upset, very, very upset about the fact that she saw John hugging Marietta, or they call her Etta, in the hallway of the hotel. Well, again, that's the problem when everybody is drinking a whole lot of alcohol, and what you see and what's happening are two different things. But let's say, for argument's sake, that Karen Reed was correct and John O'Keefe was kind of being flirty with Etta. He had too much alcohol. We've not heard from any other testimony that when John O'Keefe drank his alcohol, that he became very, by the way, in sign language, flirty. Maybe touchy feely, I don't know, very friendly. We don't know that. The only thing we've heard is from Brian Higgins and what was her name? Carrie Roberts, the sister to Etta. I don't know. Is that enough to upset a person, to harm another person to that level? I'm not sure. Again, if Karen Reed was really that unhappy in the situation, she wasn't married. The two of them did not have children together. Or I'm sorry, both of them did not have a baby. She's not pregnant. There's nothing that's forcing her to stay in that relationship. I don't think that's enough for her to have have killed him. I'm trying so hard because I have to understand and remember what words I can and can't use. It's so hard. And I am signing and talking at the same time. So thank you, everyone who's being patient with me. So the situation with the Aruba vacation, I think everyone was drunk. And when they got back, I don't know if that stuck with Karen Reed or not. I would love to hear from Karen Reed. How many of us think or know if Karen Reed is going to testify? And if she does, is that going to hurt her or help her? What is your opinion on that? I have the witness list somewhere, but I can't pull it up right now. Who thinks that Karen Reed is going to testify? Question: do we have comments that people can post in X or Twitter? Again, this is my first day on Twitter or X. I don't know how you use it. But I don't see any. If someone would be so kind to post something just so I know it's working. Hey, Ronnie, can you go to Twitter or X and see if you can find me? I don't see any post. That would be wonderful. Thanks. If not, it's okay. You don't think Karen will testify? So they're coming back at 10 from recess. And then are they going to have another social media we call them blackouts. That's what we call them. We call them blackouts. This is the color blackouts. I'm wearing this hat today because I personally make these. I bought the hat itself, but all of this beadwork on the brim, I sewed it myself and I just finished it. But if it's okay with you, I'm taking it off. Oh, it's kind of, and it's making it a little bit hard. I have seen and I have known kids who've had to testify, and it is very, very difficult, upsetting, and both to the family of the children and on top of that, this is going to affect the children for a very long time, if not life. I'm hoping they have a good support system. I know that victims advocacy is a wonderful group that will be there for the children. They have a motorcycle group all over the USA that goes and supports kids when they have to testify, especially in situations where the children themselves were harmed. But I know they're going to have a whole lot of support. I support protecting the children. Just was not expecting that today. I think, well, that's no. I think that personally, the prosecution has really messed up their case because of how they have kind of lined up all of the witnesses. witnesses, there's different ways to sign that. And I believe that it is not helping their case because they have not put up the expert witnesses first or witness first. I think that would have brought more clarity. I think that would help the jury understand better the specifics. I think, I keep saying I know, I think that Carrie Roberts should have testified closer to the beginning. Her testimony, in my humble opinion, I say that a lot, in my humble opinion, that was the clearest, the most story driven, not one with she just stated the facts and told her story. When you look at Jennifer McCabe, it was more about selling the story and not just telling her testimony. I really liked that the lawyer this morning for the defense was saying just yes or no. That's all I want. Yes or no. Don't want a long explanation. I don't want any more information other than yes or no. And that's very, very hard as a witness. Now, last night on my other YouTube channel, I talked about as what's called jail. I forgot. Jail Widow is my other YouTube channel. And I talked a lot about what is it like to get up and testify. Now, I lost my husband to prison in 2009. The process had started in 2007, and he went to jail for 5 years. It could have been 77 years. He had 4 different counts. He is now out of jail, but I did not know what he had done. I didn't know anything until he was arrested and put in jail. And I talk a lot about what you need to know about the testifying, but I did not share with. Hold on, this kitten is going to unplug something. And I'm going to get mad. Okay, let's hope. She loves my computer cords. So for me, I talked a lot about the important things of testifying, but I did not talk a whole lot about personally how I felt, how I was impacted, and that is to say, trying to scare off the cat. Leading up to the day that I had to testify for my husband, I didn't have to. I felt that I needed to. I felt that it was important. Y'all, give me a second. I'm going to get rid of this kitten. I don't need to unplug my channel, so give me 1 second. Come on. Come on, kitty, 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 kitty. Come on. I'm sorry about that. I'm sure you heard the noises. The cat loves wires, and oh my gosh, the other day she unplugged my lights. So, yes, the cat is now outside of the room. Okay, so I did not talk a whole lot about my feelings. And one thing that everyone needs to understand, no two testimonies are the same. Many, many years ago, I was in a situation. Thank God I survived. But I ended up testifying for 18 different trials. It was not a nice or pleasant experience in any way. And one thing that's important to me right now is that I share with people, and I have in the past helped other women testify and help them get ready for that experience. It's very scary. I don't care how experienced you are at testifying. Every time is very nerve-wracking. You never know what really is going to happen. Now, the lawyer that has called you to testify will hopefully meet with you. They will work with you. They will share and prep you the questions that you will have to answer and all of that. And that's wonderful. But the part they really can't help you prepare for is the cross examination. They can try and guess as to some of the questions that you'll be asked, but they can't really prepare you for that part. And that's the part that really made me anxious. I know that what I shared was the truth, but when you have another lawyer from the defense side trying to switch your words, trying to get you stuck, trying to catch you in a lie that you're not lying, it's nerve-wracking and it's hard. And to be a child and have to do that is very, very scary, even more so than as an adult. Now, when you get done testifying, I don't care how old you are, I don't care the experience, man, those nerves hit hard. Hit hard. I think, is anyone interesting? Hold on. Hold on. But as always, due to holiday, it's delayed. I am going to try and open up my phone line if anybody wishes to call in while we are having this delay. Delete. I'm going to prepare this, get it ready, put the banner up. If anybody is interested in calling and talking, we will have that going. There we go. I don't know if you guys can see this on Twitter. I'll put it in the comments below. How about that? Add a comment. So the phone number is 830-510-3408. Hello?
Hey.
Hold on, guys. I got to figure all this out. I got to be able to hear it. Hello? Oh, they hung up. I guess it was spam risk. Okay, so I got that set up. Anybody who is interested in calling in, you are set up and ready to go. So the phone is done. Let me go back. Yay, finished. Okay, so go back a little bit towards talking about the testimony. I really feel that the defense lawyer is doing a really good job at his cross examinations because he's hitting hard, and the way he is asking his questions has created some amazing and not expected testimony, especially with Jennifer McCabe. Okay, everyone, we have all been picking on that woman, but she gave us a lot to pick at. Anybody have any opinions about her testimony? This used to be the old sign, the T, and you're talking testify, but now this is the new one, so I'm trying to change. Yay, that's open. Awesome. I anybody else hear anything about any of the other Twitter people and what? Oh my gosh, what are they doing? Oh, somebody else is on there doing something funny. So let me go back and pull up some. Let me search. That's not what I wanted. I do not know a whole lot about the Turtle Boy. Hold on. I'm sorry about that. Who do you follow? And please share any information if you hear it. Um, oh, FBI Boston. I don't see anything there. So does I really am hoping this is fast for the children. That's all I can say. Okay, phone lines open. Cancel. Okay. Trying to think what testimony I want to talk about next. The dog. We still need more information about the dog. And the funny thing is I've said a few times to other people, I know where the dog is. I know. And I said the dog's in witness protection program. I wonder if the dog is going to come back after all this is over. I would laugh my butt off if that actually happened. I'm going to put a piece of chocolate in my mouth. If that dog will come back when all of this is finished. If it's such a precious and loved pet. Everything is quiet. Sorry, y'all. You just witnessed something that happens a lot with me and deaf people. We'll be chewing our food and we can still talk with our hands. I hope he will not drag out the kids' testimony. That would be awful for those children. That would upset me if he actually did that. And I hope the judge will not permit him to do that. That would just be wrong. To me, that will be very hurtful for the children. They have lost their father, their mother, and now the uncle who became like a father to those two kids. I really believe that John O'Keefe is not the bad person. Maybe when he drank, he became too friendly. I don't know. Unpopular opinion, the dog is not barking. That's a huge deal. My BFF has 5 dogs, and after a while, they stop barking when I go over. Well, that's a good point. No one saw the dog after John O'Keefe pottied the dog that night when they got home from Waterfall Bar and Grill. You know, that is a very important thing that I think is being missed here in this trial, because that dog did not bite another person until May. And then they rehomed the dog. And it was through an organization here in Texas. Not one person can say they saw that dog after that night. I think that it's very possible that Caitlin took the dog that night, possibly to her home or to another person's home, and it was never seen again until it bit another person. 4 months later? That is very true. Many people are not thinking about that. I thought about that a week or so ago and it just kind of left my mind. But that's a good point. The children have lost 4 parental people in their lives. Karen Reed was frustrated, per the testimony, about the children. They're not her children. She was not necessarily ready to become a mama of grown children, meaning she didn't give birth. She didn't have them as a baby and raise them herself. They were not her children. She didn't really want children. And in fact, her parents told her, according to testimony, and I can believe that this was said, that it's different when they're your children. Ugh, my mic is frustrating. And that very well is true. It is very different when they're your children. Either you have the mothering heart or you do not. And if she was really trying to fit into that family unit, I understand the struggles. But that does not mean that she harmed or took the life of John O'Keefe. I don't see a big enough problem that would warrant that kind of harming. When Jennifer McCabe entered the house of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, went upstairs to their bedroom, bursted into the door, screaming, wake up, wake up, wake up, or whatever she said. That dog, if it was there, would have been barking and growling or whatever it did. And Brian Albert, a police officer, would have jumped up and probably gone for the poo-poo. It doesn't make her a bad person. A lot of women don't want their own kids, let alone take care of another boyfriend's niece and nephew. 100% agree. It does not make her a emder. That's a good way to put it, an emder. There's not enough right now to show what a person may think as just cause for her to be an emder. It doesn't fit. Over John O'Keefe hugging a friend's sister in a drunken state. Now, I'm not sure if I believe the testimony about what Karen Reed said. The FU and all of that. I'm not too sure because there's only one person who says it. And if Karen Reed did say that, she was probably drunk herself. All of them were out in the hot sun and having alcohol. That is not a good mix. Not at all. Not at all. In my humble opinion, I'm not a drinker. Not something that I do every day. I'm very limited on my drinking. Checking. Very limited on my drinking. Maybe once a month I may have a little something. It sucks because I cannot become drunk. I can't. I drink that much of anything and I'm asleep. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a quick potty break. I'm sorry. I gotta go. Be right back. Yay, I'm back. Okay, I'm fast, I know. I need to learn how to change from my pause screens or hold or whatever back to normal all in one thing and stop the sound. It's like 3 steps for all of that. I'll learn. I will learn. Some people are allergic to alcohol, but for me, I go to sleep. I cannot drink enough alcohol to become drunk. I can't. Not at all. Coffee is my choice. I love my coffee. I'll have one, maybe 2 cups with the with the caffeine, and then the rest does not have any. I'm very careful not to have too much because I don't want the headaches to follow. So, wow. One of the things that I was thinking about the other night while I was laying in bed and could not sleep was the impact on the family and friends and all who knew John O'Keefe. And I am so proud of John O'Keefe's family for being in that courtroom every day. And it's hard. We have seen his brother angry, the looks that could, and very upset, and all of that. And I have a friend who had a baby 8 weeks early, and she'd only stayed in the hospital for 1 week, and now she's home. Woohoo! I am so happy for you. Oh my gosh, and she's so beautiful. Oh, well, I think she's home. I don't know. I can't tell by the post, but she was in NICU with all of the CPAP and all of the stuff, but she's so beautiful. My daughter was born 4 weeks early and came home. Well, she was born at 5 pounds 8 ounces, and then was early. Okay, guys, I have to go answer this door. I'm sorry. I'll be right back, y'all. Right back. All right, here I go. Okay, y'all. The day after holiday is always busy here at the office, and we have so many things happening, and we have our shipments of all of our products and everything are running late because of the holiday yesterday, and everybody's wanting their things. It's like, dude, wow. Yeah, it's hard being a NICU mama. It's very, very hard. It's horrible. But you do what you have to do, and then they come back home, or they come home, and it's just simply amazing. I was lucky. I did not have, we knew we were going to have to deliver early. So they did the amniocentesis test, and I was hoping her lung value was going to be like a 7, I think is what it had to be. And it came back at a 10. So her lungs were perfect. She did not have to stay in the NICU. I was lucky on that one. but I know a lot of mamas who've had babies there. Wow. It's a long time. Y'all have a very special place in my heart. It is hard. I can't imagine going into the hospital and then going back out, going and leaving. Was it twice a day for just a few hours and having to leave them? But, those are strong women and fathers. It's not easy on either of them. So bless everyone who has a baby in NICU right now. Our prayers are with you in hopes of celebration when they come to your home. All right. That was awesome. We have so many, everyone is posting photos of their weekend. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend and had a 3 days off. For those who did not, I'm sorry. I am kind of looking at things, trying to figure out how all this works. That would have been awful. But the prize is they're home with you. That's awesome. Let me go back and look at the trial live and see. I'm kind of delayed. So right now it's 10:30. I would suspect right now that they're actually right now testifying with the children. I have to change my signage. And we all just need to be patient and understanding. Oh, how awful. Girl, how old are the children now? That understand. Now, I in the past have had 13 miscarriages. I actually had one set of twins that I lost at 20 weeks. That means I gave birth to them, and that was hard. And back then, we did not have the things they have now, that where you can keep the baby with you for one whole day, or the babies. I had 5 minutes and then they were gone. It was that fast. And that was very hard for me. I did not even get to name them officially. Sucked. Honestly, that's all I can say. It sucked. So that's awesome. That is awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so now I want to, it's getting hot in here. Whose testimony outside of Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts impacted you the most so far? I wanted to talk about the first responders. They have a lot of them on their list to testify, and not a lot have. I understand when you arrive on an accident scene or on the scene, and your focus is on the person laying there. Many, many times I've done that. And the situation is that your first priority is that person right there. You're focused here. You're not looking around. Now, if you're doing CPR, the person who's doing the chest normally is really looking down. They should be counting. The person who's bagging gives one breath for every 30 compressions. That person can compress. Anybody know what happened? Any allergies? So But what frustrates me about this case is the fact that two people, Karen Reed was doing the mouth to mouth, and then Carrie Roberts was trying to do the compressions. When the police showed up, Officer Saraf shows up, comes and he shows up. He did not switch with Carrie Roberts on the chest compressions. Now, a lot of people were upset that Karen Reed stopped the mouth to mouth breathing for John and left when the officer arrived. That is not as upsetting to me as when I thought prior to Carrie Roberts' testimony, I thought that no one was doing the chest compressions. I thought he was just laying there. Well, that was not the case. And I was upset because I didn't hear otherwise. But I still believe that Officer Saraf should have gone and assisted or helped or taken over the CPR process, because one person can pump for 30, breathe for 1. You don't need 2 people to do that. But the fact that he did not even try to assist her when she's been pumping for 3 to 5 minutes, that's very hard. That's very physical. And most of the time, your first responders do not even do that. They trade off. They even said in the testimony, normally when the EMTs arrived, they traded off. One did it for like 3 minutes and they traded off and then they traded off. That's normal. And for the fact that none of the officers that arrived before the EMT, they know better. They have been taught, they've been tested, they've been certified in CPR. They know better. And the fact that he did not assist in any way pissed me off. Pissed me off. Now, truth be told, John O'Keefe was probably not going to become better at that point. He had laid in the snow for too long of a time. It was too cold. The only thing that could potentially help him is to warm him up and to see if they can get the heart started again. Now, I heard a few people comment that they were upset at the fact that Karen Reed pulled his shirt up on John O'Keefe and pulled hers or laid on his body. That is not, that's not a wrong thing to do. That is not a wrong thing to do. Now, if Karen would breathe and then get up and walk around and come back and breathe again, I don't know. We don't see that. I was surprised we do not have body camera for the police officers. There's a lot of things I've been surprised about with this case. I'm surprised that it even came to trial. I'm really surprised about that. Oh, coffee. Other people and I have talked about that. Many of you have said that Karen Reed's hysterical, that's a long word to fingerspell and talk at the same time. Hysterical behavior was not normal. Well, first of all, let's look back. Let's look at who is saying that. When are they saying that? It is 2 women and their husbands who, if were involved in this situation, y'all, I'm not really sure if Karen Reed was really that upset and out of control in the beginning. Worried? Yes. She was not supposed to stay that night. She was supposed to be back at her home 2 days a week. She did not stay. She had meetings for her job. That is true. But she had meetings. She may have been upset that he didn't text or tell her, hey, can you please stay with the kids? It's not safe for me to drive. Or can you come and pick me up? But the weather is so bad. I'm afraid for you. Please just stay at my home. I'm sorry. Please stay at my house. Just keep an eye. But one of the children was not there. Just the daughter or the niece was there. I understand that. But she did not do that. She didn't ask. John O'Keefe, did not do that. He didn't text, nothing, no communication. Upset, maybe PO'd a little bit when she wakes up to realize he's not home and she starts to call and no answer and becoming more and more frustrated with that. I can see that happening. However, hysterical? I don't see that. I don't see that until maybe she arrives at the house and she sees him in the snow laying down. But you have Jennifer McCabe and you have Carrie Roberts, KRB is how I'm going to sign her. I have to set up signs for every person. Karen Reed is going to be KR. Carrie Roberts is going to be KRB. Not easy to sign and talk, y'all. English and sign are not the same. So, honestly, I personally believe that these two women who are saying, and the husbands, that Karen Roberts was so upset and out of control, screaming, Jen, Jen, and all of that. I do not believe that. Possible that she was pissed off. More acceptable for me. If I'm sitting on that jury, I do not have a whole lot of faith or belief in either two of their testimonies, but Carrie Roberts, I believe, is the closest and the clearest of the events that day. But because the two of them, Jen and Karen, got together, they met, they talked, they set up the timeline. That part of the information that both of them gave, for me, if I was a juror, I would not accept most of either two of their testimony when it comes to the Karen Reed and the personality and her behavior. I just can't. What is everybody else saying? Anybody watching anybody else? What are they? Let me see if I can pull up some people. Oh, let me see if I can pull up some people. We're going to probably may not get back until after lunch. Okay, so we have a break. So most everybody is hopping off. Okay. So I'm staying on. Anyone know anything about the Alec Baldwin or AB trial, the fact that he was denied his motion to dismiss, I'm not surprised about that. I think he's going to be found guilty, but it's not something I necessarily agree with. What are your opinions on that? Ooh. Let me see. Let's see if, what is Recovery Act doing? He is watching yesterday's testimony. Do we want to go back and look at Friday's testimony with Brian Higgins? Say yes or no if that's what you want to do. And let's talk, well, while we're waiting for that answer, if y'all do answer me back, let's talk about the fact that what is normal when you lost or are fearful of losing your boyfriend or loved one? Where is he trying to go live? Okay, we'll do that. Hi, good morning, CG and Tex. Where is he wanting to go live? By the way, CG, I finished. I had it on earlier. Where would he be going live? YouTube? Okay, let me see if I can find him. I got to enlarge that. Let's see. Dang it. Let me see if he goes live. He's live. I'm going to go back and listen to him live. Okay, I'm going to listen. I'm going to sign and talk at the same time because I don't have access, or I don't have his permission to share. He's talking about the 10-minute recess, which is now an hour. His video is freezing, so and he's walking at the same time. So let's listen. I'll sign at the same time. People are watching his live. He said, "Am I freezing? Going in and out?" Yeah, but he's hoping that will stop now. He's further away from the courthouse. He's going to change the service. Hold on. Oh, he's going over to the protest area. Here's his took notes. Oh, wait, because kids were testifying. The boy went first. He's going to read his notes. First thing. Molly was asking stupid questions. Favorite subjects, school. Would take care of them. He said yes. Sometimes good, sometimes not, between John and Karen. Towards the end, they yelled a lot. Molly asked if there was not so nice times. There was a objection, and then they used side door. Few times he got in trouble and was yelled at by Karen. Got upset because he took a long time to eat his dinner. She would ignore them when she was upset, does not recall if any kind of um, verbal fight made her leave the home. Okay, this is talking about when he was told about his father's dying. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. We got to go back. I got to go back. This is important. Woo! I'm going to have to save this and watch it again. There was a computer. Hold on. He's talking about a computer on the second floor of the house and talking about them. Okay, I don't know how to fix the problem. So let me tell you what happened. I apologize if there was no sound. I don't know what happened. Oh my gosh. Really? Really? Okay, so let me tell you what's happening. Did my live end on Twitter too? Am I no longer live on Twitter? I'm live. Okay, well, I have 0 viewers. Oh, there they are. Okay. Okay, what happened? At what point could you not hear me anymore? What happened is the boy testified and Lolly was asking a lot of stupid questions, I guess trying to make him comfortable sitting on the stand. But he was asking about school and what was his favorite subject and all of that. In the testimony, he said that sometimes Karen Reed would get upset if he didn't eat fast enough. He was too slow. And then he said that they would have arguments, but it did not give a clear, it didn't seem like it was out of place for relationships. Now, the daughter was not was very helpful for Karen Reed. She said that Karen Reed was closer to the boy and that when the relationship started, it was good, but when it ended at the death of John O'Keefe, it was toxic. In her words, now understand, the kids can be persuaded with the adults' opinions. I do not put as much weight in the children's testimony, and they could have been coached by the lawyers, by friends or family. So it's very hard. She said that when John O'Keefe and Karen Reed would argue, that John O'Keefe would want to leave and Karen Reed would follow. How many men and wives have that very same situation where one person follows the other person when they're arguing? But that does not mean that she emmed him. Does not mean that at all. At all. So, I'm going to stroll back and see if I can hear anything on the court feeds. I don't hear anything on court feeds at all.
That might have been
5 minutes ago?
Might have been.
No, there's nothing on the court feed that I can hear. So that's good, I guess. But I'm upset because I'm on YouTube with Turtle Boy and his description, and it went down. I can't find it. I don't know. I'm trying, y'all. Anybody, if you can find it, tell me where. Oh, kind of watching, kind of getting other people's. I'm just trying, y'all. Let me see if Brandy's on. She's on, but I'm not hearing her say anything. She's not even talking. Okay. Please do. I don't know where she's getting this information, but I'm listening and I can share with you what I can hear. Ugh. I need coffee. A reporter on Twitter has some information, and I'm listening to Brandy. Stick through what we can say and not say. Okay, the nephew's in 7th grade. 3 questions. First, did Karen Reed raise a hand in anger? No. John O'Keefe. So neither one of them were physical. Lowry asked a lot of questions, yet he did not. The relationship was sometimes good, sometimes bad. Hold on a second, y'all. He's okay. So, Lally was asking a lot of questions of the nephew. I'm sorry, the nephew and nephew. And he said that sometimes when um, everything was good, it was like a normal family. Sometimes they get upset. Uh-oh, we got court. I think I'm hearing court. I'm hearing something in the courtroom, but I can't see anything. They still do that. Okay. So the nephew's saying that sometimes Karen would get upset, she'd ignore them.
All right.
I'm going to refresh.
Please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Dr. Justin Rice to the stand.
Dr. Justin Ryan. In the gist of all of this, I think what's happened is that the niece is going to be more a problem for Karen Reed. Honestly, I really believe she's more of the issue for Karen Reed. We shall see.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the underscript of the court and jury of the case now and here is for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Take this down.
Okay, yay. We'll talk
All right,
more.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Justin Rice, R-I-C-E. Is that what you asked me to spell?
And sir, that microphone in front of you, however you want to position that, it's flexible, so it's
Too far away. Is that better?
that's perfect. Thank you. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
And how long have you been doing that?
I finished my residency in 2008, so I've been attending since 2008.
And where is it that you work now?
My current employer is South Shore Health.
Do y'all have some static on your end?
You've been working for South Shore Health.
I started there in October of this past year, 2023.
And where did you work prior to that?
Before that, I had been full-time at Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And how long was it that you worked at Good Samaritan?
Let's see. I started at Good Samaritan in 2010.
Now, sir, if I could, I'd like to just talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to school as far as your undergrad was concerned?
I went to undergraduate at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia.
And what, if any, degrees did you graduate from?
Hey, I've got a little bit of a static
I
going on in my
obtained
ears.
a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry.
And following your graduation from medical school, where did you go after that?
Then I did a emergency medicine residency in Philadelphia at University of Pennsylvania.
And what is a residency, sir?
So residency is
Really? I
several
get it.
years of
Okay.
training in that's where doctors will specialize. For me in emergency medicine, some people choose to be surgeons, pediatricians. That's when more of the
Wasn't much
specialization, if
this
you will,
morning.
happens in medicine, medical training.
And how long was your residency?
It was 4 years.
And following your residency, where did you go from there?
So I, in 2008, finished residency. I worked for 2 years in Manassas, Virginia at Prince
I
William
lived in Manassas
Hospital,
as a kid.
for 2 years.
And are you board
I
certified?
spent a couple of years there.
I am by American Board of Emergency Medicine, yes.
And what is it that you're board certified in?
Specifically emergency medicine.
And when you use that term as far as board certification is concerned, what goes into that? What does that entail?
So when I obtained board certification, it was a two-step process where there was a written exam administered at one of the testing centers. And after you pass that, then there's an in-person oral exam, I guess is what they're called. And as where you've given like didactic or individual cases, assuming you pass that, then you're board certified.
And your board certification is up to date currently?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, as far as the emergency department is concerned, can you describe to the jury sort of what does the emergency department at Good Samaritan look like as far as staff, bedding, sort of layout, like describe that to the jury?
Sure. So at the time and currently, there's 36 treatment rooms in the main ER. A lot of hallway stretchers as well. There's also an express care kind of area, but for the purposes of this conversation, 36 beds in the main ER. Staffing wise, there'd be anywhere between 4 to 5 and 12 nurses. And for the purposes of this discussion, it would have been 2 docs on and probably 1 either nurse practitioner or physician assistant in the morning.
And as far as the morning, what I'm going to turn your attention to is the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working at the Good Samaritan on that day?
If that's the morning of this incident, then yes. Yeah.
And is there a particular shift or what kind of hours would you be working around that time at Good Samaritan?
I'm pretty sure I started my shift at 6 a.m. that day. There was a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was either 2 or 3 to, excuse me. It's either 6 to 2 or 6 to 3 p.m., but the shift would have started at 6 a.m. as I recall.
And on that date at Good Samaritan, do you recall becoming involved with a treatment of a patient by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Just as background stuff, nothing major.
So I'm showing you a document. If you could just take a look at that and look up anything.
You want me to look through each page or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, of course.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So it looks like is a transcription or a copy of the medical chart that I would have produced or dictated. And on the front page is also it's called like a code sheet, which the nurses would have put together and I would have signed off on, detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific details and timing of the resuscitative efforts that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness hold on to that during the course of his testimony?
Yes.
And Your Honor, what I would seek to introduce in a minute, the next exhibit would be a redacted copy of those same records.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Your Honor, if we could just review those.
Okay.
Okay. One area that I have a lot of knowledge and understanding of is medical. I was married to a doctor. I'm a first responder. So hopefully I can explain things better than I can legal stuff for now. He is a treating physician. So when they entered the emergency room area, he was most likely the doctor in charge. We'll see more through his testimony. Cook? Meaning what? Yes, right now I'm eating chocolate. Chocolate. Delicious with this new coffee I have. I love it. Mmm. Okay, this pisses me off. This is not my internet.
Now, Dr. Rice, with
That's them.
You can do that, doctor.
Okay, thanks. So it looks like, based on the code sheet, first line starting at 0647, so I'll say 6:47 a.m.
And as far as his presentation, Mr. O'Keefe's presentation, when he came into the emergency department, how would you describe his presentation upon his arrival there?
So he would have been, well, he was unresponsive and intubated, as in with a breathing tube into his airway via his mouth.
And as he came into the emergency department, what, if anything, was fixed to him in regard to CPR or other resuscitative efforts?
So he would have had CPR in progress. And also, someone would have been ventilating his lungs via the endotracheal tube.
Now, there's mention within that record as far as a cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Sure. Well, let me just ask, you're familiar with the term cardiac arrest?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury, based on your training and experience, what your understanding of that term is?
Sure. So, as in he arrived with in cardiac arrest, which by definition means that his heart was not autonomously or independently pumping blood, or in his case, without electrical activity as well of the heart.
And are you familiar with another term called perfusion?
Yes.
And can you explain how what perfusion is and how that relates to the condition of cardiac arrest?
Sure. So, for example, you and I right now, because our heart is autonomously, pumping blood, the heart is the pump and responsible for pushing blood throughout your body, therefore perfusing your body. In a scenario like this, where a patient is in cardiac arrest or asystole, or as in not having any electrical activity in his heart or mechanical activity of his heart, the perfusion that is happening is by CPR, as in the chest being pushed upon, indirectly is, you call it maybe indirectly pumping or moving blood flow. So there is perfusion, but in a significantly limited.
It's manufactured
compared
perfusion.
to someone not in cardiac arrest.
And as far as that perfusion process is concerned, what, if any, relation does that have to the organs within the body?
Well, so if your perfusion is limited, then your organs are not getting the normal amount of blood flow and therefore oxygen and all the other nutrients that your blood's providing. So your organs will begin the process of failure.
Mm-hmm.
You use the term in there as far as asystole. Could you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Sure. So asystole would be when you put the electrical leads on a patient's heart. The complete absence of intrinsic electrical activity from the heart would be asystole. So as in not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Now, as far as these conditions, as far as cardiac arrest and asystole, what, if any, concerns does that raise from a diagnostic perspective in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
I guess your question with respect to from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Let me rephrase that. So with regard to those conditions that are observed and noted within the medical chart for Mr. O'Keefe.
Sorry about that.
How would that relate?
My ears tickle and itch sometimes.
Condition or sort of how he's presenting and what if anything you're doing treatment-wise?
Well, so even with good CPR, the perfusion of the brain, for example, and this is what I think about frequently during resuscitative efforts like this, as in, I couldn't tell you an exact time, but there's a certain, without perfusion of the brain for a certain amount of time, you're limited with respect to, well, the concern is that the patient, even if you resuscitate their body, that there's potentially going to be brain death or anoxia or lack of oxygen
Damage
to the brain, and
brain, meaning
a poor
is
outcome with
the
respect
brain
to
going to be
neurological outcome.
viable?
Now, as far as the resuscitative efforts are concerned, is there any sort of standard sort of resuscitative protocols that would be undergone with someone who presents as Mr. O'Keefe did?
Yes.
And can you explain what those are?
So, in broad terms, there's ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiac Life Support. That's an algorithm that through medical training, I've learned and is frequently the algorithm can be adjusted. There's also a TLS for trauma patients. So there's an algorithm there with respect to resuscitation or guidelines, I guess, with respect to resuscitation.
And within those sort of guidelines or protocols, are you familiar with a medication called epinephrine?
Yes.
And how would epinephrine play into sort of the treatment or the diagnosis of Mr. O'Keefe?
So, in the time that I've been practicing, epinephrine is probably the only medication or drug that has persistently been in the ACLS pathway. It's adrenaline. So the idea is loosely that you're attempting to affect upon the heart itself.
In other words, you're giving
more
electricity
as
synthetically
in
to the
more-
heart to try
more
to
pressure and
encourage
also
or
to
force it to
increase
start
the
beating again and raise the blood
potential,
pressure.
or if there is electrical activity, to increase the amplitude of that electrical function at the cellular level.
Now, in addition to the cardiac arrest and the asystole, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his, I see T equals 80.1 R. So I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of your
That is
understanding as
after
far as
they sat there
hypothermia,
and
what-
tried to
what is it
revive
and
him
how does that present itself?
and warm him up in the ambulance.
So,
So he was probably
as it pertains to this case, there's a few ways to get hypothermic. If I at 12:20 were to have a cardiac arrest right now and stop perfusing, my current temperature my current temperature, I'm guessing, is 98.6, right? A normal temperature. Without perfusion, the body will lose, or excuse me, the core temperature will decrease over time. The specifics of that I couldn't, or beyond my knowledge and training, but does that answer your question?
Yes. And so as far as hypothermia is concerned, is there a certain sort of baseline or what is sort of the typical temperature under which someone would be declared sort of hypothermic or treated as such?
I don't know if I could give you a definition of medically what a quote diagnosis of hypothermia. I couldn't tell you a number. I can tell you that 80 qualifies as hypothermia, but I couldn't tell you
it depends on the
a number under
situation.
which that definition
He doesn't have
applies.
the actual
But
textbook
the
number
temperature
in
that
front of
Mr.
him.
O'Keefe presented with certainly fits within those parameters. Is that correct?
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
Very, very cold.
And as far as resuscitative efforts,
He was probably in the 70s because once they got him into the ambulance, they started warming him up.
low core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, was done with relation to treatment of that?
Sure. So as the nursing note mentions, there's a bear hugger was applied. So that's a blanket that has warmed air being pumped through it. So that's a way of externally warming someone. He also, having reviewed the chart earlier, I don't see it right in front of you. Actually, I take that back. He had warm IV fluids running. So IV fluids not at room temperature, as in a warm or an oven of sorts, would have been given to him via intravenous or central venous access.
And as far as the body temperature is concerned, what if any relationship does the body temperature have and the warming process have as to a declaration of deceased in relation to Mr.
Well, so there's a goal in resuscitative medicine to attempt to rewarm a
Hey, Miss
body.
Kevin.
The loosely the idea being that the heart, among other organs, will function better or function at all in a warmer environment. That's one goal of resuscitation. With him, as I recall, despite resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not not a significant warming of his core temperature.
And so, sir, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, was he pronounced deceased by yourself?
Yes.
And do you see any indication within the chart as to what time that was?
Sure. I'll just need this moment here. According to my note, it looks like the time of death was death declaration was 7:50 in the morning.
Is that 50 or
50.
Now, as far as the observations that you made as far as a systole and the cardiac arrest, did that persist throughout the course of your treatment of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So one thing that's
Mm-hmm.
important that a few people may not understand is that when the body is that cold, sometimes as they warm up the body, it's possible to start the heart pumping again with medicine and CPR or electrical shock. This
Yes.
was not happening in this
As far
case.
as this is sort of a listing of observations or, well, let me ask you, can you describe what is listed at the top of that page there?
Sure. So this would have been the physical exam documentation of my note. So with respect to the head, it says, excuse me, the first word is other, which I believe is a function of the computer system. As in, I typed in there right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, and then with surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion.
Sir, if I could just stop you there. As far as what you're talking about with the right superior orbital ridge region, could you explain to the jury or demonstrate to the jury?
Sure. So the orbital ridge is the bone above your eye that you can, like where your eyebrow is or should, would normally be.
And as far as the other sort of things that you noted over the course of your physical exam or review of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything else of note, did you observe?
Well, according to my note, the only other kind of observations other than would be that he had breath sounds present bilaterally. I observed that he was pulseless. His abdominal exam was atraumatic on my chart, and then extremity exam or musculoskeletal exam, I wrote that he had superficial abrasions on the right forearm.
And from a medical perspective, when you use that term abrasions, so can you explain to the jury what you understand the term abrasions to mean?
Yeah, I use it as a medical synonym for scratches, if you will.
And under
Those were not scratches.
As far as a GC3, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what that is and what that means?
So GC is what I charted. My what I intended to write there was GCS, which is a Glasgow Coma Scale, which is a scoring system to identify someone's level of consciousness or unresponsiveness.
And as far as the three, where does the scale start? Where does it go to, and where does the three fit in?
So there's three components: verbal function, motor function, and eye or ocular function. And someone who's completely unresponsive, as in no motor, no verbal, and no eye movement or function, completely unresponsive. The lowest you can get on the scale is 3.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this retreat?
Yes.
I apologize, y'all.
Now, later on over the course of that same morning, did you have occasion to become involved in the treatment of another patient by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, I'm showing you another document. Just
I question the word
to the extent you can recognize.
abrasions. They look more like to me cuts. We'll see what the medical examiner shows us.
In general, sir, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize it to be?
The first part I recognized would have been the medical record or medical note with respect to Miss Reed, who was also a patient that morning.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, a redacted copy of those records.
Regarding no objections, subjects to the redactions. Okay, thank you. Exhibit 106. Thank you.
Now, sir, if you know, about what time was it that Miss Reed came into the emergency department at Good Samaritan that morning?
I mean, I can tell you from this chart, it looks like that her, at least the first posted vital signs were from 7:51, 5:1 in the morning.
And in reference to Miss Reed, what is it that she came into Good Samaritan in regard to? Why was she there?
I'd have to review Daisy's note. So
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Was it in reference to Section 12? Do you recall?
yes.
And with regard to Section 12, patients that come in regard to that, what kind of involvement do you have, or who, if anyone, do you work with in regard to those types of patients?
Sure. So Section 12, I would define as involuntary detention of a person, usually for a mental health concern, whether that's self-harm or harm to others, or if someone who's afflicted with schizophrenia or psychosis, members of the public can bring someone to or the police or members of the public can bring someone to the hospital on a Section 12, which again involuntarily detains them for evaluation.
And in addition to yourself, is there other staff? You mentioned that there were physician's assistants or nurses that were working. How much involvement would you typically have with someone who comes in on that kind of prognosis or diagnosis?
I would say, to answer your question, my involvement is variable and dependent a lot of times on what that nurse practitioner or physician assistant feels like they need or want my involvement to be.
And what kind of involvement would you have as far as when someone comes in with that kind of issue? What is sort of the typical protocol or policies that Good Samaritan would undergo with reference to that patient? What are you doing with reference to the patient when they arrive?
I'm sorry, I think I don't really understand what the question is.
No, understood. Let me rephrase that. So with regard to a patient coming in on a Section 12, what happens with that person once they present in the ER?
So whether they're evaluated by me or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, if that person feels like, based on their evaluation, that they need a mental health consult or evaluation, then they would have that initiated, as well as what we do for a lot of patients or all patients, vital signs, and sometimes blood work as well.
And when it comes to that sort of blood work or assay, as far as what's being done with someone who comes in with that kind of report, what is sort of being tested and what is being looked at as far as the blood work is concerned?
Well, there's a few reasons to get blood work, but in general, part of the evaluation is, with respect to the medical presentation, to make sure there's no medical emergencies present, in addition to whatever the mental health concern may be. There's also blood work drawn with respect to disposition, as far as some people, for example, it would be inappropriate to have a mental health evaluation if, for example, I were intoxicated on alcohol and my alcohol level were elevated, because I think the idea is that you're not getting, a true representation maybe of what's going on.
So am I correct in that someone presents and then there's like sort of you medically clear that person as far as any sort of injuries or anything like that first?
I wouldn't say first necessarily. I think a lot of times these processes happen in parallel.
So in parallel, you have the medical clearance and then sort of psychological clearance as well?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sort of involved in both of those, there would be blood drawn and reference to a Section 12 as far as a typical one would be looking for sort of alcohol and drugs of abuse, things of that nature.
I mean, I'm hesitant to answer yes because of the word typical, because I wouldn't say there's really a typical presentation with respect to mental health presentations in the ER.
And from your memory and or your review of the chart, was that done as far as the blood work done with regard to Ms. Reed on this date?
Are you asking me if blood work was drawn?
Yes.
I believe so. I have to double check. So yes, it looks like there was blood work drawn.
And among the things that were tested within the facility within Good Samaritan was the alcohol screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the result of that alcohol screen as contained within those records?
Do I answer or no?
Yes.
So it looks like 93.93. I'd have to maybe look deeper in the chart to tell you the units of that measurement. I don't want to guess. So, but to answer your question, 93.
Can I approach this briefly on?
Yes.
I just. direct your attention to the top portion of that.
Sure.
Do you see the units that 93 pertains to contained within that record, sir?
So yes, it looks like it's milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You testified that you treated Ms. Reed when she arrived at the hospital on January 29th, correct?
I don't know if I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care. Yes,
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
that is not correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th?
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Is your recollection refreshed? Do you recall treating Ms. Reed on January 29th?
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as. To best answer your, well, do I recall writing this note? No. Was that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No.
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
No.
As you sit here today, you don't know who collected the blood?
That's correct.
You don't know who packaged the blood?
That would also be a fair assessment, yes?
And you don't know who submitted that to the lab?
Correct.
And it wasn't you, correct?
I can confidently say that I did not collect blood work. Yeah, I did not do that.
Okay. You testified that you treated Mr. O'Keefe upon arrival on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
So if a firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS
Why are we objecting to that? It's in the EMS report.
Dr. Rice, you have no record.
So I don't think he finished his answer.
So I think that what I was trying to say, right, was that on my note, it says per EMS report. So one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
Now, I thought somewhere I heard that the first thought was that he had been in a fight. Nothing was mentioned about a car hitting him until later. Once again, I could be wrong, but that's what I seem to remember. Once again, everybody, thank you so much for viewing. Please comment, like, and subscribe.
All right. So,
I'll ask the question. Is your recollection
course.
refresh?
yes.
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
Just give me a moment to read through the. So no, there is not.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
Whoa, that's important. Nowhere is it
Observed
mentioned.
Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes,
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches on his right arm, correct?
yes,
Aside from his injuries to his right arm, and I believe you described sort of laceration above his eye,
hmm
John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
Well, you didn't report a single injury to his shoulders, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his chest, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his torso, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his back, correct?
Correct.
You also did not report a single injury to his ribs, correct?
Correct.
No injury to his hips, right?
Correct.
You observed no injury to his knees, correct?
I reported no injuries to his knees. Correct.
No injuries to his shins, correct?
Correct.
If you were hit, the
No
bumper
injuries to
would
his
at least hit your knees,
right?
or his height,
Correct.
maybe between the knee and the hips. There would be something.
Correct.
From the neck down.
At
you did
24
not have a
miles an
single
hour.
Broken bone.
Sorry, I'm having feedback. My bad.
I don't know if that's a fair assessment or a statement.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not. I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture. Correct.
They didn't x-ray him. All that would have been discovered in the
Injuries that
autopsy.
you testified to today were that he had sort of a laceration above his eyelid, correct?
The injuries that I testified to today, correct, yes.
And the scratches on his right arm.
On the right forearm, yes.
No further questions.
Dr. Rice, with reference to fractures or broken bones, can you explain sort of why that may not have been noted or why that wasn't included within the chart?
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to. So with a patient like Mr. O'Keefe who came in, the focus of myself and the team of physician assistant, nurse practitioner, and nurses, whoever was helping in a case like this, the focus is in core resuscitative medicine, of securing an airway, making sure he has a breathing tube in, making sure that the CPR is being applied the right pressure to the right place, making sure that the core resuscitative elements of medicine are happening, unless as in the mind can only focus on so much. So I think in cases like this, because the attention is on resuscitation of someone's heartbeat, their life, there's less focus on injuries or observations that don't coincide with the resuscitation effort, or not pertinent to that resuscitative effort, if that if that answers your question.
So in that vein, it's not like you're doing x-rays or a full skeletal survey or something like that?
No, we're not doing a full skeletal survey, no.
Because you're more concerned with the fact that his body core temperature is 80, his heart isn't pumping blood, and he's pulsing, correct?
Correct, unless there was an extremity injury that would be pertinent to his resuscitation. If he had had a traumatic amputation, as in removal of a leg, for example, that would be pertinent to a resuscitation. But an otherwise intact extremity,
They're not focused on that part of the
you know,
body.
that is not
If he
necessarily
does
within
not
the realm
live,
of resuscitation.
they cannot start his heart again. His breathing doesn't start again. He's declared deceased. They're not going to
I'm going to direct your attention on the document.
continue searching for other injuries, because that will happen in the medical examiner's or the autopsy report.
I'm sorry, what would you like me to read out loud?
So as far as the chart is concerned, as far as your clinical impression of Mr. O'Keefe, can you read sort of what you...
Sure, right. So I wrote clinical impression, cardiac arrest, comma, head trauma, comma, exposure to environmental cold.
May I approach this to retrieve him?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Little?
No further questions.
All right, thank you, doctor. You are all set.
Thanks.
That was a whole lot of nothing. Just saying. Not being rude, a whole lot of nothing. I forgot, I need to start swiping between.
Jurors, can we do an abbreviated lunch today so we can get as much of the testimony in as possible? So it's 10 minutes of 1. Why don't we come back here at 1:30? And can we go until 4:30 today?
Yes, we can go to 1:30 today. I'd like to go back and hear more about the children.
Okay, thank you. So we'll see you back here at 1:30.
All right, so
Okay, so we are in recess until 1:30, so basically a 30-minute lunch. I really want to find out more. I really want to find out more about the situation. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to listen to somebody. Okay, this is talking about the kids' testimony. Sally was hard to understand. His questions were not clear. They had a hard time understanding what was being asked of them. No surprise there. Sorry, I'm waiting to see what she has to say. She's got some kind of documentation. We'll get more later, I'm sure. I was upset that the video from Turtle Boy was dismissed. Okay, let me go over here, see if I can find him again. Let's see if we can find the video if it got reposted. Nope, it did not. It was taken down. I don't know what happened. If y'all can find anything out, my mods, that would be fabulous. You lost chat, by the way? Yes. One thing that's very important to understand is the possibility of him living if he was not left or maybe passed out in the cold weather, most likely could have lived. Oh, you're wonderful, Ronnie. Thank you so much. So it was choppy, and so they wanted to re-edit it and put it up again. All right. The nephew said that Reed was nice. They took him places, but sometimes they got in trouble or got upset with them because they did not appreciate what she was doing for them. Sometimes gave a little bit of an attitude. The nephew seemed to be had a little piece of candy in his mouth. I mean, that's a seventh grade kid. What seventh grade kid is going to say the word defendant and not her name? That is definitely coaching there. Ronnie is awesome, isn't she? Both children described a situation where Keith was asked to leave the situation in the house and she said no and she screamed very loudly. It's not people have arguments and they disagree. I don't understand. There was not any physical abuse that was happening. Both of the kids said they never raised a hand to anyone in the house. Um, just think about it. Both adults who never had children of their own are now taking care of two children that have lost both of their parents. That situation is stressful enough in and of itself. I do not put a whole lot of weight into that information. And people argue. They don't always fight fair. So not a whole lot of information, not a whole lot of information about the kids, but I don't hear anything that the children would have said. They were not babies, you're right, when John accepted them and started caring for them. They were probably about the age of what, 4, 5, or 5, 6 ish. I don't know. They were young. They weren't infants. So that's hard. You grow to love them more and more with every day, and they become more and more like your children, and you like a parent, but you never replace their mom and dad. That is true. I believe Karen Reed was in a very hard situation, and that people are being so hard on her. She does not have, never had children of her own. She's doing the best she can. She doesn't know. You arrive into a relationship with two children who have lost their mom and dad and now being raised by what? Their uncle? I mean, people need to understand it's so easy to sit here and look at it and pick it apart when you're not in the situation. That's a good point. I have a chronic illness and She has MS. I don't know about Crohn's or any other, but, but, it's hard. There are days that you do not feel like taking care of another person's children. I get it. Yeah, stressful for married couple, but an old boyfriend that you've connected to again, but now he has his sister's children? Y'all, not an easy situation for any of the people involved. So why is everyone being so hard on Karen Reed when in really they should be thanking her for at least trying? Most of the time, if you start, I'll be honest, dating a person and you find out that they're caring for their sister's children, they've kind of adopted, they're not that person's children, and you now join that relationship of that trio and you're trying your best to fit in, y'all. Raising my own children who are grieving only one parent is hard enough. Raising another person's children who lost both parents must be extremely difficult. From what I remember of the Paul O'Keefe and his wife's testimony, they had a good relationship with Karen Reed. They did not see a whole lot of bad. Okay? And we did not hear a lot about relationship problems. So that is good. That's the hard part of trying to recall everything for the first week, the second week of trial when we're now in the fifth week of trial. Good point, CG in Texas. Must be very painful for Karen today to see those kids up on the stand who she tried to love and she did care for to the best of her abilities, I'm sure. And there was times that it was literally 24/7 days a week while John O'Keefe was working during COVID. Y'all, it was a hard time. It was a hard time in society, and it's a harder time with everything else that's connected to this relationship. That is a very good point. How hard was it for her? The socialization was very limited. Every time we think something is going to be just devastating to Karen Reed's side, it's not. I'm still waiting for the big bang. I'm not having it. I've not had it yet. I do not understand. Well, let's go back. I've seen a lot of court, hold on, that never had the big bang of testimony. But there was a lot of little things that kept adding and adding and adding and adding up. And at that point, when it came to the end, everyone thought, yes, guilty. COVID was a nightmare for everyone. It affected everyone. I can't imagine not one relationship was not affected by COVID. COVID. That's how you sign COVID. COVID. Mask. It was hard. And I understand that when I've been in a situation where I've given and given and given to a friend of mine's kids, I took all of them, which was 5 kids and the mom, out to dinner, and not one child said thank you. I was upset at that. Not that I did it for the thank you, but the fact that the mother did not teach or raise the children to say thank you. I don't even think the mother said thank you. No one is perfect in any relationship. Every relationship has its problems. And I'm sure theirs was the same. But the problems did not seem to match at the level that some are testifying to. What is your opinion? My daughter is cooking lunch right now. I'm so hungry. Let me look at some other comments while I have it here. Ugh, my neck is very stiff. I did not sleep that well. I mean, I slept hard. But I didn't sleep that well. Okay, so a lot of people have stopped their lives and taken a break. I don't like doing that. I like to stay live. Let me pull up comments. A lot of people were hoping that the doctor would. Let me see if I know how to do this. I can't remember. Reveal. I may not have done that correctly. More information, but understand in the ER when a person arrives who's non-responsive, they are doing CPR. There's no heart activity. They're trying to bring the body core temperature up. They're not focused on anything but lungs, heart, blood, brain. That's it. That's all. Please comment, like, subscribe. Let me play this for a minute while I get a little refresher. Okay. We are community here that anyone can share their experiences and it will be respected. Everyone has a past, everyone has a story, everyone has gone through something. And everyone's experiences all come together and add up and help us understand what may be happening. My experience is going to be different than your experiences. But I will say this, when it comes to the hospital situation in the body, I'm not surprised that the ER doctor may not have known how deep the wounds were. They may have looked like scratches because there was a lot of blood on the arm. And he may have just glanced. He didn't really investigate it so much, and that he was focused on the body of the part of the breathing, heart, brain, blood. Once John O'Keefe was not revivable, they had to pronounce him deceased. His job stopped as the doctor, and then gets passed to the medical examiner. Okay. That would be a nurse's question. Who had John O'Keefe's clothes? That would be an ER nurse's question, not a doctor. They obviously have the clothes because they swabbed it for blood and sent that off to see if it was a dog or human blood. So I'm not sure what the situation is with the clothing. One thing that I'm interested in is where are the towels or the blankets that Carrie Roberts used to put under or on John O'Keefe while waiting for emergency services to arrive. That I want to know. I want to know that. Let me see. I'm going to update. Now, one question that was said or comment was, how did he have breath sounds if he was DOA when he arrived? Let me explain that. If you are doing CPR and you're bagging and you hear breath sounds, what that really means is that air is getting into the lungs and the lungs are filling up and the lungs are expelling. But that does not mean that the lungs themselves are working on their own. It just means that oxygen is getting into the lungs with the assistance of the CPR. Many people think if you can hear the lung sounds, then the person is coming back. You're just basically saying that oxygen or the CPR is getting air to the lungs, but the other half of that situation is, what is the heart doing? Nothing. You can give a shot of epinephrine or any other many different kind of medications to try and to chemically start the heart again. But 3 things. 1, the heart is stopped for a long period of time. The lungs were stopped for a long period of time. And 3, the cold. All of those combined make it very hard. And I don't think the percentage is very high of people who have lived or been revived again after being out in the cold for a minimum of 2 up to 4 hours in the temperature of 15 degrees. Not a lot of people would live through that alone with 0 injuries to any part of the body. Now, we've not heard a lot about the head trauma. That's going to be important from the medical examiner for them to say, was that a livable injury or not? That in and of itself could change how we see his body injuries. If the head injury itself was so bad that the brain was bruised and was swelling and maybe bleeding out, he could not have survived that, then the cold is not an issue anymore. Oh, wow. Yeah, correct. Oh, please tell me there's food coming.
Lunch is almost ready, but I want you to try these.
Oh, look what she brought me, y'all. I'm going to try and do it without crackling in the microphone. Now, we bought 2 bags. Is this mine? Can we put this in something that doesn't make a lot of noise? That would be great.
The food should be ready in like 10 minutes.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. I do need a little something because I'm nauseatingly hungry. I have wonderful kids, y'all. I really love my kids. There was, he said, basically a 2-inch cut in the back of the head in his report. But how deep, what damage did it cause to the brain itself? We don't know yet. But we will hopefully know a lot more information with the medical examiner. I really hope the ME is next. I really want the ME. That's what I'm waiting for. Once again, if the brain injury itself was bad enough that he would have died from that, or possibly, or most likely, possibly not live, the cold weather may have been a blessing, y'all, because sometimes brain injury deaths are very slow and awful. I have sat at many bedsides with brain injury people who have not lived, and it's awful to watch. The suffering, the pain, all of that is hard. Thank you. What?
Try those. They have a lot of them.
Is it different?
No, there's some.
Okay. Can you do me a favor? Hide that bag, or y'all don't eat it.
I have my bag, so I'm good.
Y'all, I have a snack bar over here. I have my coffee here. I have some sweets over here. I've never had this popcorn. Yes, skinny pop. I've never had it before. It's good. Y'all, I have to do something. I have to show this again one last time for, I think, for this afternoon. Hey, y'all. I am so excited we have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 4 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you, and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. Hey, You're right. I'm sorry. One thing that I heard that I said, I can't believe you're moving. Come by and see my studio before you do. If you know where Classic Hamburgers is in Kerrville, Texas, we are in the same little strip center at the Guadalupe Leaf Company. Come by and see me. But the thing is, did y'all notice that they asked a question of the doctor about how do you know it was a car? He says, I believe the EMS person wrote in their notes that it was a car, possibly hit by car. But when the defense lawyer, she's so beautiful, gave him the documentation and said, read it. And he goes, it's not mentioned in the EMS report. Where did he get the information? Where did the doctor have that information? Because all of the information they have is from the EMS. Why did she not ask about what other possibilities that you were told that may have happened to John O'Keefe? Hi, Karen. Thank you for joining. I have sound. I have sound. Still no sound? Are you kidding me? It's showing I have sound. I'm going to keep talking. Please tell me if you can hear me now. Okay, thank you. So that exchange kind of bothers me a little bit. Where did the doctor receive the information that a car hit him? That was not in the report by the EMS. It was not documented in any paperwork. So where did you hear it was enacted and when? I would have asked, okay, when and where did you hear that information that leads you to understand that's what happened? It's close to 173 and Bandera Highway. Google Guadalupe Leaf Company, and that's where I'm at. Just come on by. So for me, I really want to know more. I felt like they dropped the ball on that one. But we don't know how much they could have gone into that because we don't know what motions in limine that they may have that may prevent that. I will say, sorry, I just dribbled water. I will say, I'm happy that the kids' testimony is finished. Heidi, the Highlander. It is a Highland cow. And I think we chose Heidi the Highlander. That's it. I had my hat on earlier today. I like having it on because it kind of blocks the light a little bit. Because I have to say, I have a light and it shines down and it kind of gives me, it can give me a little bit of a headache after all day of that bright light. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll pop that up there. Now, let's talk about the Karen Reed being brought to the hospital. They dropped the ball on that one. Why do they not have him go more in depth, unless they're going to have the nurse or the nurse practitioner who registered and worked with Karen Reed come in and testify? If that's the case, then we'll hear more about that. But he is the supervising physician. They did not share how long did Karen Reed stay. And anyone know anything about the 93 number with the alcohol testing? Oh, I didn't know about that. It's not here anymore. Huh. Sorry, I didn't know if you knew. But how long did Karen Reed stay in the hospital? I'm still trying to understand the number of 93 for the test. It's hard for me to search, talk, and sign at the same time, but I can eat popcorn and talk and sign at the same time. I hope so. Thank you. This is the one I was beating last week. I make you one. Bring me a hat of your choice that you like and pick out your colors, and I'll make you one before you move. How long before you move? I can do it in like 3 days comfortably. I'll have to eat and sign at the same time. I'm going to eat all this. I'm going to eat all this popcorn before my lunch, and I'm going to be full. My daughter is an amazing cook. Her flavors are delicious. At the age of 19, this girl can cook. Both my kids are good cooks. I hope they learned it from me. That is strange. Let me see if I can find it. That doesn't make sense, y'all. A 0.32 back test is very dangerous. So its point is basically the percentage of alcohol you have in your body. So here's the alcohol guide chart. Let me see if I can see. Well, it's by body weight. So Karen Reed, I'd say, is about 130. 0.38 is deadly. I mean, literally deadly. So that number is inaccurate, y'all. It can't be. Yeah. On Karen Reed, at 120 pounds, if that's what she is, 0.30 or higher is possible death. At 0.4 to 0.8, which is percent basically, driving skills significantly altered. She doesn't even have a range of impairment. Let me share this tab. Let me do this. Okay, look at this. So if we're looking at her, let's say she's 130 pounds. Let's say 140. Okay, a 0.3, she barely see at 120, there is no impairment. It's safe to drive or driving skills significantly affected. Possible criminal penalties. at 0.3. Okay. 0.7. Legally intoxicated is 0.10. 0.32 is possible death. Y'all, that does not make any sense whatsoever. I'm really struggling with that with this case. That number does not make sense if 0.08 is the legal is a legal limit. Oh. Oh, Sarah.
Oh, my bad.
Can you help?
No, you're
Sorry, I don't want to get this all over me. I don't have another shirt here. I usually have other shirts here, but I don't right now. Okay, can you take Sensei out?
Yeah, I'll get her.
Because we don't have any teas in here for her.
Come on, Jackie.
Thank you.
Sensei, here.
Sensei, out. So, I didn't mean to tap. I almost tapped something I didn't want. So for me, the issue is, she mixes multiple sauces to make this, and it's delicious. Maybe it was 39.39, but even then it doesn't make sense. Because if she was drinking and was home by, say, 1 a.m., unless she stayed up and binge drank all night long, there's no way her levels are going to be that high. And I think when that doctor saw that on that, if you remember when he had to look at it and goes, I don't know, let me look. And he said 0.98. 93. He was perplexed. I was like, he couldn't decipher that. So what it basically means, and I think I've already got something on my shirt, is the 0.08 means 8% of your body or blood has got alcohol. Okay. 0.38, for example, would be 38% of your blood has alcohol levels. Not good. So for me, I don't understand that number. Anybody here a nurse and understands those numbers, let me know. Or doctor or chemist. Oh, court's coming back. Yay! Yay, the fan is back on. They have it turned on so you don't see the dirt as much. Yeah. That's another bit of testimony or evidence that doesn't seem to really match up. I'm sorry to eat in front of you guys, but I've got to get food in me. I was getting hangry and lightheaded and headachy, which is not good. The weather around here has really been up and down. We've been having storms popping up. The barometer and everything keeps changing, and my head is not happy. I have a rockin'. My daughter's amazing. My kids rock. I would have never thought mix these sauces to do this. So good, y'all. What are y'all having for lunch? What did y'all eat, or have you? A lot of times I don't eat when I'm on live, but when we're on live all day like this, I got to. I just feel that the doctor had to come and testify for the basic stuff of declaring and all that, but I didn't get any more information from him other than confusion over that number on the alcohol level test. What you call it, the BAC test. It's just pasta with some sauce. I think it's like It's almost a cross between the Alfredo and the tomato sauce. Looks like she's got some good roasted tomatoes in it, cheese, garlic, nicely flavored on the garlic. One thing I really hate about sometimes when you go to a restaurant, it's Italian, and its description says garlic, and you get it and you can't taste garlic. I'm all like, girl, give me the garlic. I don't have a boyfriend. I don't have a husband, so I don't care. I don't care if I have dragon breath. You say garlic, I want garlic. I can't do a lot of spices like peppers. I can't do spicy things because it makes me sick. But I love seasoning, and garlic is about as hard as I can go. But I am so blessed to have my kids. Done with that. My son blesses me with this room. My daughter cooks food. Can't get any better than that. Okay, I am ready to go. I've eaten. I have my coffee over here. Got my water. Got my snacks. Got my notebook. I know what I needed to have my daughter bring. Oh, let me call my daughter. I need her to bring something for me. All right, court is. I'm going to put on some music real low. Can you look for my black medicine? Oh, I love my new sounds. I love my new music. I need to remember what sounds are where. Let's wake up, y'all. Let's get ready for this afternoon session. It may be spicy or it's going to be dull as hell, one of which, but we are going to have an afternoon of testifying. Let's see. By the way, y'all, those who are watching, comment if this music is balanced with my voice, too loud or too soft. I cannot tell how it's coming across. For those of you who do not know, I am deaf without my hearing aids. So my hearing is not good enough to be able to tell what you're getting. Okay? Oh. My neck is kind of not happy at the moment. I don't know what happened to my pill case that was in here. It's just gone. So, either CG in Texas, can you hear me? Karen, anybody? How is the sound? Ronnie, or everybody went and grabbed lunch. I guess I made everybody hungry. How is the music? Can you hear the music, and is it balanced? Awesome. And for those of you who are just joining me, I downloaded some cool stuff yesterday. Listen to this.
Breaking news.
Did that one, but this is my favorite. Listen.
This guy was good. This guy was good.
I'm sorry, what?
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
Oh, no.
They're blowing smoke up my rear end so bad, I'm sending off smoke signals.
Wait. Wait.
Yeah, I'm having some good. Hi, Jack. How are you doing? Thanks for joining me. Y'all, it has been a day. So, okay, let's do a real quick recap. I don't know where my little black one went. Thank you, beloved. This is a Vera Bradley. Vera Bradley? Yeah. And it has all medicines and things in it. Oh, yay, there's that. So, anyway, we've had testimony, the redirect and the recross of Brian Higgins didn't show anything. It was lame-o. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Waste of time to me personally. Then we had what that is. I need headache Tylenol. And then we had the situation where within we had the two children come on board. We were not able to see or hear any of that testimony. I get it to a point, but I still wanted to hear it. And I'm not trying to be mean to the kids. I just wanted to hear it. And it very well, that's a good point. That is a good point. And then we had the doctor, Mr. Rice, Justin Rice, come in. And he forgot to do this. I'll get better at this, y'all. I'm doing the best I can. But Dr. Rice came in. Not a whole lot of information that we didn't already know. Just the time that he showed up, which was 6:47 a.m. He was declared deceased at 7:50 a.m. All efforts made to revive were futile at that point. He noted that he had some abrasions, a contusion, and a cut above the right eye and on the eyebrow. He noticed some scratches or abrasions on the right arm. I think that's minimalizing what was there. And we have action in the court. Look. Wait, let me turn up volume. Y'all let me know if there's any volume issue.
Thank you. Please be seated. Go back in a second.
All right, so your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Please be the ME.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case now here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Oh, somebody's purse was left up at the judge's. Ooh. He looks ex-military. Just
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And sir, that microphone in front of you, you can move that
Okay.
any way you wish. So if you want to bring it up or down, just the wand itself. Okay. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a pathologist.
And where is it that you work?
I work at Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And how long have you been working as a pathologist at Good Samaritan?
Since November of 2015.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational background, starting with your undergrad, where did you go to school and what, if anything, did you receive a degree in?
My undergraduate education, I went to Tufts University.
All right, so doctor, I'm going to ask you to put the microphone perhaps underneath your mouth and speak into it, because in order to keep this room cool, we need to have these fans going. If
Targeted.
they can't compete with you, we'll have to turn them off, and I think everybody would prefer to have them on. So please speak loudly.
How am I now? Okay.
Oh, that's too
Okay.
much.
So Tufts University, undergraduate. I have a degree in biology. That was.
And after you received your degree in biology from Tufts, where did you go from there?
I went to Tufts Medical School in Boston for 4 years there.
They sound so muffled to
Graduated
me.
from medical school, where did you go from there?
I went to a residency in pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology at Tufts Medical Center. So I stayed within the Tufts system. Okay.
I'm gonna have to switch my ear
How long
situation.
was that residency?
That residency was at the time, pathology residency was 5 years. It's now 4 years, I believe, but it's a 5-year program.
There's a way to
I
do this
finished
that you
the
don't have that
residency,
muffledness.
with chief of
Oh, that hurts.
resident in pathology in my 5th year.
And then following your residency, where did you go for work from there?
In 1996, I finished residency, and my first job was at Kearney Hospital, beginning the end of June of 1996.
And how long did you work at the Carnegie?
I'm still on medical staff at Kearney, so ever since I was transferred to help Good Samaritan Medical Center in 2015. My full-time job is at Good Samaritan now since 2015, but I still cover Kearney Hospital every now and then.
And are you board certified?
I am board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology.
You've used that term, and just if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is as far as pathology and sort of the difference between anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
Sure. Pathology, there's two subspecialties, I guess, in pathology. One is anatomic pathology, which is basically if you, as a patient, go to a hospital or have a biopsy, or a tissue biopsy, or an excision, or anything like that, it comes to the pathology department, and an anatomic pathologist is responsible for making the diagnosis for that patient. So we abbreviate that as an AP, anatomic pathologist. So in residency, you can also train to become
They freeze the
clinical
specimen
pathologist.
and then they slice it,
clinical
look it under a
pathologist is
slide microscope.
pathologist who basically deals with, to put it simply, if you have a blood test that goes to that gets sent to the lab, we are essentially responsible for the quality and the safety of that blood test to help ensure the lab tests that are done on the
You're the
specimens are
supervising aid
accurate.
to the lab tech. You're the supervising agents to the lab techs.
Good Samaritan, what is it that you do at Good Samaritan? What are your sort of duties and responsibilities in relation to that hospital?
I am the chief of pathologist at Good Samaritan Medical Center.
Chief means you're the boss of
also
bosses of all the
laboratory
pathology.
medical
you know.
director. So my job,
Not a job
at Good
everybody
Samaritan, is to ensure quality of both the anatomic pathology side of things as well as the clinical pathology side of things. Ultimately, my job is to help ensure that any laboratory report coming from Good Samaritan is accurate.
Now, the lab at Good Samaritan where the testing is done, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that accreditation means, who it's by, and sort of what goes into that accreditation process?
Sorry, y'all, this is a boring part, but
we are
necessary
accredited
to
by the,
have him
College of American Pathologists.
accepted as an expert.
We abbreviate that as CAP.
Qualifying
if I
him as an
mention that
expert is what they're
later,
doing.
Just so you know. And the accreditation process, the CAP has been in business for 75 years or so. They, according to their website, are the preeminent accrediting body for medical laboratories. So what that means is every 2 years, we have an in-depth laboratory survey. That's every 2 years. And there are over maybe 3,000 elements or checklist requirements that the CAP will look at in our lab, which ranges from anywhere, for quality, mainly quality control.
A person like him
making
saved me
sure that
back
we
in
have enough
2003 because I
staff
had
members,
biomeningitis with
just about
105.6
anything
temperature.
that can affect
And the lab
a
technician
laboratory
inverted the numbers and
result.
said that I did not
There
have
is
it.
essentially
And 3 days
checklist
later, they
requirements
did an
that
audit
we need to
and they
fulfill and
found the
pass.
mistake and they
So
hauled my
that's
butt in the hospital and saved my life.
every 2 years.
And is that accreditation, is that up to date as of now?
Yes, it is. We will be having another inspection. Our window opens in July, so it's coming up. We have
He
a
could be.
3-month window where the CAP can come anytime unannounced. So
And was that accreditation up to date prior to January 29th, 2022?
Oh my gosh, come on. He's
Now-
qualified. Move on.
As far as the clinical portion of the lab, what are some of the things that get tested as far as
How many times have you been
What are some
qualified as an
things that are
expert? How many times have you testified as a qualified expert? Or are you the pathologist that took care of all the labs for both John O'Keefe and Karen
many
Reed?
different things. When you, as probably all of you know, when you go to a hospital, you have your blood tested.
I hear him way
And,
too loud. I mean, he's so loud, he's
the physician
muffled.
is looking for, different
Try refreshing, love.
tests such as like a sodium, a potassium, a chloride, some basic tests that if they show abnormality, that could help them, help the
I'm at
clinician
100%.
make a diagnosis on you. So the most common things would be like a glucose, sodium, potassium, chloride, stuff like that.
now there's some sort of like standard algorithm for things that are tested, or does it sort of dependent on the patient's presentation?
I think it's depends on the patient's presentation. There's no standard ordering test that one can order. So it depends.
They have baseline,
mainly
but
on
that's
what
still
your
not
doctor,
exactly the
is
same for every
thinking in his
patient.
differential diagnosis. He will order, a variety of different tests. Some tests are pretty standard. When you go to a hospital, they might order, the test that I just talked about, a CBC. They want to look at your complete blood count. Okay, sure. Things like that. Want to look at your hemoglobin, hematocrit, maybe sodium, potassium. Those are some of the really common tests that would get ordered in the hospital.
Now, as far as drugs of abuse, including alcohol, is that something that's dependent upon the presentation of a patient to your facility?
I think an alcohol test or a drug of abuse test is not a routine type of order or test. It all depends on if the clinician or the primary care physician is suspecting could be drugs of abuse or alcohol on board, and they need to know if so to help treat the patient.
Now, would that also include sort of a patient that presents in regard to a mental health status or Section 12 drugs of abuse? Would that be somewhat standard in relation to testing or blood work?
And a female of childbearing years, pregnancy test
As
is
far
a
as
standard
Section
operating
12,
test.
I do not know if there is a standing order for a routine ordering process.
Happens to
for,
me all the time. Y'all keep
a
telling me
patient that is,
your volume's off.
admitted to Good Samaritan under Section 12. So I'm not sure.
Would that be abnormal, though, as far as doing a blood draw and testing for alcohol and someone presenting on a Section?
I don't think so, no.
Now, with regard to a blood draw in Good Samaritan Hospital with reference to testing for alcohol specifically, what, if any, sort of policies or protocols are in place in reference to that type of blood draw?
I think a test for blood alcohol is the phlebotomist pretty much has to run through the same protocol that he or she needs to follow for any type of blood test, except for the fact that we do not want to use an alcohol swab to clean the area before the blood draw. In theory, if you use an alcohol swab and you're testing for alcohol, then you can, in theory, contaminate the blood sample with some of the residual fluid of the alcohol. Some people say if you let the alcohol swab dry for 30 seconds, it's not going to contaminate it, but we don't go by that process. We have it specifically in our policy never to use an alcohol swab when an alcohol test is ordered.
Now, in that vein, doctor, with reference to Good Samaritan and the emergency department, what, if any, precautions have you or your facility taken in regard to those types of blood draws in testing for alcohol with regard to alcohol wipes being used?
My phlebotomy supervisor has removed essentially all, not 100%, but all of the alcohol swabs down in the emergency room. So a phlebotomist who perhaps could forget, which they shouldn't, because we have competency policies for them. So we have that in place where she's removed almost all of them so somebody can't mistakenly use a swab down in the emergency room.
Okay, so keep your voice up again, please, doctor, especially at the end of your sentences. Thank you.
Well, they need to pull the mic more side and down and not. Oh, he's shaking. That's a neurological situation there. That's not nerve.
It's been in place for a long time. Before that, there was a policy.
Expand the
that,
page. I want to see that.
They would use betadine for swabbing, but that policy has been in place for a long time, and before that day of 2022.
You've spoken a little bit about, as far as phlebotomists working within Good Samaritan. If you could just...
Yeah, he's got a neurological shake.
A phlebotomist is
blood technician.
Is any person who is trained to draw your blood when you come to a hospital. So if you come in, we train people to draw the blood.
And as far as with regard to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan, you mentioned that there's some proficiency testing or some protocols that they have to adhere to. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury as far as what's involved in those?
So with anybody who works in the laboratory, per CAP checklist requirements and the government's requirements, there has to be competency policies and assessments on anybody who works in our laboratory, including phlebotomists. So any new phlebotomists, they get an initial training, and they'll get a training, and then they have to be assessed to make sure that they know what they need to do for their job, including knowledge of all policies. Then after initial training, our competency policy states that we need to assess them again at 6 months. We do the same thing, make sure they know what they're doing. And then 6 months from that, so that's a year from when they started working for us, and then annually thereafter. So the CAP is, we have all these competency policies for everyone to make sure the lab technicians know what they're doing. We also have competency policies for pathologists as well. So it's all about making sure the final result is that comes from our lab is a good quality.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I do not like I don't like the way the mic is positioned, y'all.
I'm showing you two sets of documents.
I'm sorry. I'm just got a lot of education for a whole lot of nothing right now. But for those people who don't know and understand, it's a good.
Just in general, do you recognize?
I just
what
guess I'm
those are?
kind of.
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
There are two of our policies that we have for Good Samaritan Medical Center, one for the phlebotomists, one for our laboratory technicians. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection policy, which defines our policy for drawing the blood for the phlebotomist. The second is an alcohol policy, which is one of, I don't know, thousands of policies that we have in the lab to describe
Hey guys,
how
if you
we
can watch here and go
our
over
policy
to
for
the
alcohol
X or
testing.
Twitter
Every
and look me up
laboratory
under
test
Ada
in
Brown, and either
in our
comment,
hospital
like,
has a
whatever,
separate
that would help me
policy.
out a lot.
Everything from hematocrit to sodium to potassium chloride has its own policy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And
There's
policy you have
policies
before you,
for
that's alcohol.
everything in the hospital.
Correct.
And those two policies that you have,
Every test,
those
every
policies,
procedure has a policy.
Was in place on January 29th, 2022.
Correct. Yes.
I got to witness and be in a policy room one time where they keep all the books and manuals, and it was huge. It was like going into a freaking library.
Any objection? All right. So, Madam Court Reporter, I don't think we marked SS into evidence. Do we have that ready to go into evidence?
I don't believe so.
Trent, this is not the
So these
same
instead,
person.
Madam Court Reporter, will be the next
Somebody
two
ghosted
exhibits.
her account. I don't know how, or copied it. The woman that's on the screen now is a fabulous lady and phenomenal person. The person that you're referring to was somebody who was, for the lack of better term, I don't know how to describe it, but ghosting her
107 is
page.
in reference to alcohol.
It was really bad,
I
y'all.
believe 107 is in reference to the alcohol testing, and 108 would be in reference to the.
So this is not the
sample
same
collection.
person. They copied her account. I'll be right back.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm just showing you a document as far as some medical records. Are you familiar with those records?
Yes.
Those records are in relation to a patient named Karen Reed that visited the Good Samaritan on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Don't tell me they went through all of that just to come up with her, just to state what her blood alcohol level was.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Just
Yes.
Sure.
your attention to a previously tapped portion of those records. Do you see a result for
Oh,
alcohol?
they have more policies than anything. But the booklets and the training manuals and everything,
Doctor, with reference to those
it's
records
in
and the
my
page that I've
house.
opened up to, do you see a record in regard to
Y'all, his shaking has nothing to do with nerves.
with regard to Ms. Reed?
I can tell by his
Yes.
body and his head
And
shakes
what
are
is it reported as,
consistent.
sir?
All of
It
that's
is
probably
reported
neurological.
at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And is that, as far as milligrams per deciliter, is that a relatively standard way of reporting an alcohol result?
Yes, it is in our hospital systems.
Could you explain to the jury sort of milligram per deciliter what that reading means as far as the metric that's used there?
Well, it means 93 milligrams of alcohol per deciliter of the blood.
And as far as
What does that
if you could
mean?
explain to the jury sort of the testing process or the protocols that are in place at the Good Samaritan. So the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, and then what happens from there as far as the testing?
Okay, so
Before you do that, Doctor, so we might have to turn off the fans, which we don't want to do. I really need you to keep your voice up so that the court officer over there, so that folks down there can hear you.
okay, so at Good Samaritan,
He's
I
doing the
go
best he
through the
can.
process.
Now he's getting
the doctor
muffled.
will order the test in the emergency room. We have 2 phlebotomists down in the emergency room. That test will print out, the order will print out down in the emergency room. And it will print out a label for the blood tube. It will print out on that label the color of the blood tube to be ordered, and will also print out what on the label what is to be tested in
It
our
would be
lab.
better if he pulled
So-
back and
so
talked louder.
That order will be seen by our phlebotomists in the emergency room. They will then locate the patient and perform the venipuncture or the blood draw, and use the correct tube.
The
They'll go through the
approachment
process
of blood draw, meaning
the number
come
one of
suck your
the
blood.
most important processes in testing somebody's blood is accurate patient identification. So within our policy, we ask the patient to state his or her name, first and last name and date of birth. We have them say it out loud to make sure we have two forms of identification. Once that's confirmed, there is also a bracelet on the patient, so we'll match it up with a Good Samaritan ID number. So the first step is to make sure we have the correct patient. So then the phlebotomist has the order in front of her or him and uses the correct tube. Before drawing, they have to find the correct vein, a good vein for the patient, which is usually in the forearm antecubital fossa area. They will find that vein. They will cleanse the area with a non-alcohol swab, which in this case was.
You're
the
really
was
going to
for
give us a
alcohol.
blow
So,
by
Doctor,
blow.
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you. I think part of it is that you're saying so much and your voice is fine, and then it drops, and it's fine, and then it
Okay.
drops. So, Paul, can we turn the fans off, please?
Part of the problem is
important that all
he's on the
jurors
mic
hear
like this, and it's
everything
very
that's
hard to
done.
understand him.
Yeah,
Back
sorry.
off and
Okay,
speak
so
louder.
yeah, but speak into the
Okay,
microphone.
I'm going to bring it really close.
All right, this should be better with
And
the
hopefully you can turn it back on when I get better at this.
You
I'm
don't have
sorry.
that much time to
It's
get
hot-
better
I'm
at
hot
this.
too.
I'm
So
sorry,
one
hot.
is we make sure that it's correct patient identification. We use the correct tube. We draw it. We don't use
He's
an
too
alcohol
much on the
swab.
mic now.
We use one that doesn't contain an alcohol in that. Then the phlebotomist will then put the labels on the tube or tubes in front of the patient, then bring it back to his or her area. Make sure they sign their name they initial their name on the tube, as well
My
as the
voice is
time.
fine, thank God.
Then it will be put into
But his is dry.
a
It's
bag,
giving me a headache.
and in the emergency room, it goes through a chute and it goes directly
Those mics
to
suck anyway.
laboratory
They just do.
for testing. Once we get it, it's called receiving the blood
We
work.
don't need,
A
I mean,
technician,
my
a lab
gosh.
tech in our lab will scan. There's a barcode on the label. They'll scan it, and that will document the time that we received it. They will also manually enter the name of the phlebotomist and the time of the blood draw. So
Oh,
we have
okay.
accurate records of what we received and the time.
My
Once
voice
that's
is
done,
fine.
it's
I
entered
just
into
happen
our
to love my
system.
voice.
And then the technician will decide what needs to go next. In this case of an alcohol test, we're using a green top tube, which has lithium heparin, has an anticoagulant in it. It's to prevent clotting. So we'll get that tube, and once it's entered, we will centrifuge it. And that is centrifuged for about 10 minutes or so, so that we can separate the layers of the blood. In the blood, when you first see blood, it's all red, and there's no separation of the elements. But within blood, there are red blood cells. There are white cells or inflammatory cells, and there's the liquid portion of the blood. So for alcohol testing, we there's an anticoagulant in it, and so we will centrifuge it to separate the different layers of the blood. The different layers, the red cells will go to the bottom, and the aqueous portion or the plasma portion will go to the top. And when we test for blood alcohol in our lab, we're testing the aqueous portion or the plasma portion of the blood. So that's why it's important for us to centrifuge it and separate the components. Once that is done, that takes about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. Then that tube will be brought over to our machine, which is a Roche Cobas machine, and it will be put onto the machine, and that machine will test for the alcohol or whatever else is ordered on the patient.
I understand this is
I think I've
really
covered
important, but at the
everything.
same time, I think he's gone on
With
way
regard
too
to-
long.
You used the term a couple times as far as a centrifuge. Can you describe to the jury sort of what that is and how that instrument works?
Sure. So when the tube that we take is a blood tube, and we want to test
How many of us have had our
the
blood
aqueous,
drawn?
plasma portion of the blood. And the only way to get that plasma portion or the watery solution of the blood is we put it in a centrifuge, which will spin the blood at a rapid rate, something like 3,300 RPMs or so, which is fast. And it will separate the blood into those three layers. Also in the tubes that we use is a gel that comes in the tube, and it nicely separates the red blood cell component from the water or aqueous plasma component, and keeps those two portions of the blood separate to make it easier for us to test on our machine.
Now, as far as the blood testing is concerned, is there a difference between sort of what's known as whole blood versus serum and plasma?
There is a difference. Whole blood is basically the whole blood. When somebody has a test drawn, and if we test something on the entire blood without separating it, that would be whole blood. If we say we're testing on plasma or serum, we're actually separating the components of the blood by the centrifuge process.
Now, which of the two, as far as serum plasma versus the whole bloods, which would record as far as a higher percentage of alcohol in the testing?
Alcohol.
No.
The answer would be plasma or serum would have a little bit higher blood alcohol content compared to whole blood.
As far as the separation that you're talking about,
She would be freaking dead if it was
areas
93%
where
alcohol.
separation is concerned, where alcohol tends to concentrate within.
Yes, alcohol tends to go into the more into the watery or the aqueous component of the blood. So when we like serum or plasma has a 98%, reportedly 98% water component. Whole blood, if you look at the whole blood overall, it has a lesser percentage.
So does she have 0.7%?
Be 86%, or there's a range. But so since alcohol tends to go to the watery components, if we measure alcohol like we do in hospitals on the serum or plasma, the value that we get will always be a little bit higher than total, than measuring on whole blood.
Aware of, through your training experience, sort of a conversion that can be done between sort of what's reported as the testing from serum plasma to a whole blood count?
In the hospital, we're pretty much in the business of, reporting alcohol, in serum or plasma, and we're not in the business of the legal, I guess the legal.
Thanks, Maud, for doing your job. Appreciate you so much.
Testing, because alcohol, what I understand is the alcohol legal limit in Massachusetts is 0.08 grams per deciliter. We don't make any conversions in a hospital. We're not in that business to do that. We just
Are you talking about me being a sellout for someone being 100% guilty, 100% innocent?
And we don't make any attempts to do any official conversion to.
So what is, get to the chase.
If we did, we'd have to validate, we'd have to do many studies, and we're just not in the business for that.
And I understand that's not how it's reported within your record or at
Yep.
your facility. What my question is, are you aware of a process by which you can sort of then mathematically convert from milligrams per deciliter to a gram?
I am aware of that. Recently, I had to read about it, but
It's
up
not my
until,
coffee.
recently,
just
I was not
let
aware.
people know
not
what I like
we're
to
not in the
drink. So if
business
they want to
for,
try it, they can.
whole blood. But there is a formula. I do
Thank you
know
very
about
much.
it. It's there is a if
We're
one
all
wants
good
to
here, y'all.
convert a whole a serum or a plasma level to a whole blood, there are formulas that basically you need to it's a simple formula, but there's varying opinions on which formula can be used.
Now, as far as this specific patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, do you have any sense from the chart in front of you as far as sort of the timeline of when the blood was drawn to when it was tested and reported and things of that nature?
I think it was the order was 9:03 in the morning. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist.
Okay, I got to do it, guys. I know you're going to hate me for it, but I got to do it. It's getting glitchy, so I'm going to restart it or refresh it. I'm going to come back a little bit if it'll let me. Come on, play.
Quickly, I don't have the or a plasma level to a whole blood. There are formulas that basically you need to. It's a simple formula, but there's varying opinions on which.
I don't know what the hell that
can be
is.
used.
Now, as far as this specific patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, do you have any sense from the chart in front of you as far as sort of the timeline of when the blood was drawn to when it was tested and reported and things of that nature?
I think it was the order was 9:03 in the morning. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist. It happened pretty fast. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist got the labels printed. Then 5 minutes after that, they went in and drew it. It was very quickly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but ultimately it was received in our lab, I think, 10 minutes after the order, the blood, very quickly. And then the final result, when the alcohol level was reported in the computer system, was, I think, 50 minutes from the time of the order.
May I approach?
Yes.
I know this is very boring. Please explain what the 0.93 means. Meaning, was 0.07% blood alcohol level, and 93 was not. I mean, if it's 0.93, there's no way she'd be alive. She'd be dead.
Pursuant to the testing and the policies and the protocols and everything in your lab was 93 milligrams per deciliter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor.
What does it mean?
Cross-examination?
God, wake us up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You testified that hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating BACs. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are done in labs, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of testing in sort of a clinical setting at a hospital is to assist in the quick diagnosis and treatment of a patient. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so your priorities may be different than those if you're in a forensic lab where the goal is to ensure accuracy and reliability at all costs, correct?
I don't agree. Not correct.
Well, hospitals use serum tests to screen for the presence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that serum testing does not measure alcohol directly, but it actually measures the presence of NADH.
Correct.
And NADH is the byproduct that's created when the body breaks down alcohol.
Correct.
And the reason hospitals use a serum test rather than a whole blood test is because it's quick and efficient, and you can get test results within 20-ish minutes. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And you'd agree that NADH, which is what serum essentially tests for, can also be elevated by factors other than alcohol in the blood.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you
That's,
familiar?
yep.
Are you familiar with any medical literature that has found that NADH is created when the body has elevated either lactate or LDH in the system?
Correct. There are some issues, in our policy. There are some factors that can lead to falsely elevated or falsely lowered serum alcohol. One is lactic acid or LDH. Another one is Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia, which is a hematological problem, and other things that can interfere with not just any test or lipids, high levels of lipids or hemolysis or
Okay, so I have
high levels
rheumatoid
of
arthritis.
bilirubin.
Guess what's going to happen when you
But
take my blood your alcohol level?
machines are
It could
very
affect it.
sophisticated now. If
She's
there
got
are
MS.
any elevations of, let's say, hemolysis or lipids or bilirubin, the Roche machines will
Possibles.
detect that and flag it as a possible interference, or it won't even let us
Thank you,
result the
Karen.
test. So with any test, there can be interferences, and I'm sure there can be interferences with the forensic way of testing as well.
All right, so there are other causes of high levels of LDH and therefore NADH also include things like trauma, muscle weakness and loss of muscle tissue, or abnormal tissue formation. Is that correct? Have you read studies about that?
I haven't read those studies, no.
Would you agree that there may be other sort of medical stressors or things that can't necessarily be captured by the technology, but that could cause error in testing?
I don't understand that question.
Well, you testified that there can be certain errors in testing. That's something that we see throughout all different types of sort of scientific literature, which includes ethanol testing.
Yep.
And there are certain sort of factors that could cause a higher level of NADH that might not necessarily be picked up by the machines that you use at the hospital.
Thank you, Karen.
I am not familiar. I mean, if there is, it's not not a common phenomenon. Our methodology for doing many tests are based on this NADH enzyme methodology, and we've never had issues with it. I read a lot. I haven't read about major faults of our methodology for testing. Most hospitals, when we look at when we actually have to do proficiency testing with any test that we do in a hospital. So 3 times a year we get sent unknown levels of alcohol and 5 samples to be accurate 3 times a year, and we're able to look at not only our results, make sure they're correct, but we're able to look at how what other hospitals are doing across the nation. So when I last looked, and it's held true for over 10 years, maybe 20 years, is that of the, I think, 5,000 hospitals that are testing for alcohol, it's over 80% of them are using our methodology, which is the NA alcohol dehydrogenase and NADH. And I can't imagine if, why, if there were any major issues with alcohol testing using that methodology, why would, it wouldn't be that high of a.
I didn't look.
The goal in a clinical setting, obviously, is to test for the presence of alcohol, but you're not in the business of trying to sort of calculate BAC, correct?
No, we don't. We don't.
So your goals are to make sure that you're screening for the presence of alcohol, but you're not quite as concerned with the precise amount that you might see in, for instance, a whole blood test in a forensic lab.
Well, we result in terms of in the serum. We know the Massachusetts laws and laws across the nation are based on whole blood, but there are in the literature formulas that you can use if it were a medical legal case that one can use to convert our level to a blood alcohol. We don't do it in a hospital. We won't report a serum alcohol and then we don't do the conversion, but because it's a very rare event that that a level will end up in court. But there are forensic lab people that can provide that that formula.
And when you get a test result from a serum test, that information does not establish when alcohol was consumed, correct?
Correct.
And so you're just looking at a specific point in time to say this is what the serum test reflects at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Just briefly. As far as the interferences or anything that would lead to elevated levels from your review of Ms. Reed's chart, was there anything like that present there?
I didn't see anything. No.
And the interferences would be accounted for in the sense of the machine would sort of vet them out and not result or not recorded in the chart if that were to occur. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form of the question, I'll sustain the objection. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Dr. Fowler, with regard to the interferences that you were talking about, what, if any, impact would that have on the results being reported?
If there were the three major things that could interfere with the result, like high lipids, hemolysis, or high bilirubin, our machine would flag that, and we would have some information that our result may not be valid. And sometimes we will report a result with a disclaimer, or sometimes if those levels are so high, we won't report it at all. But in this case, there were no flags.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Little, or are you all set?
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Just one moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, Dr. Fowler, thank you, and I'm sorry I gave you such a bad
Oh,
time about
okay,
your
I'm
voice.
sorry if I. Thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Roberts to the stand. Your Honor, may we approach just while the witness is coming in?
Yes.
chemistry and a term or two of physics.
Dr. Fowler.
I'll be right back, y'all.
No further questions.
All right, Dr. Feller, thank you, and I'm sorry I gave you such a bad.
Oh,
feeling about
okay,
your
I'm
voice.
sorry if I, thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Roberts to the stand. Your Honor, may we approach just while the witness is coming in?
Yes.
Muted.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. I just need you to keep your voice up really loud. If you're too soft, we're going to have to turn off the air conditioning. Everyone's going to get mad at you.
No problem.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, sir?
Sure, my name is Nicholas Roberts, Roberts.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed with a company called Thermo Fisher as a field service engineer
And how long have you been doing that?
since November of last year.
And so prior to that, or prior to November of last year.
We're glad to have you, Karen.
I was in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the toxicology unit.
And how long did you work in the toxicology unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since October of 2014.
Now, if I could turn your attention to prior to joining the lab for the Massachusetts State Police, can you talk a little bit about your educational background? Where did you go to school and what did you go to school for?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology from Mercer University. That's in Erie, Pennsylvania. And then I also have a master's degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Glasgow in Scotland.
Now, after receiving your degree from the University of Glasgow in Scotland, where did you go from there?
I returned home to the British Virgin Islands where I taught at a community college.
And what did you teach there?
Mainly chemistry and a term or two of physics.
And then following your teaching in the Virgin Islands, where did you go from there?
I was hired then at the Mass State Police Crime Lab.
Now, when you're initially hired at the Mass State Police Crime Lab, you're working initially as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your duties and responsibilities are, what your work looks like as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1, you're essentially going through all the trainings that they provide at the lab. We do a number of different testing, mainly on blood and urine, looking for the presence of drugs and alcohol. We also do serum conversions and retrogrades. So during your training period, I started as a FS1, so that went up until I was fully signed off to actually write reports that would be issued to ADAs across the whole of Massachusetts, in which I became a forensic scientist too.
And so what are the difference, sir, between sort of your work as a forensic scientist 1 versus your work as a forensic scientist 2?
So essentially, as a 2, you're essentially fully trained, and you're able to do all the testing that we do in house. You also are able to go and give testimony based on the reports that you write. Whereas in a forensic scientist 1, you're still in that training process.
And did you work essentially as a forensic scientist 2 from that point in time till the time that you left the lab in November of 23?
Yes.
Now, with reference to while you were working at the lab, was there sort of an ongoing, continuing educational component?
Yeah, so we would habitually receive articles based on different discoveries within the forensic
Is he going to
field.
be the one
So
that
different
tested
ways they would find
the
certain types
shirt
of
for the
drugs
blood
in
for the
different
dog?
bodily fluids. It's always a revolving door when it comes to drugs being discovered as well as being manufactured, what's illicit on the street, et cetera, et cetera. We would often get different articles, just research papers based on what they're doing to discover these things within the matrices that we are looking at.
Now, in addition to that, while you worked at the lab, what, if any, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what, if any, proficiency testing would you undergo while you were at the lab?
So we receive both in-house and external proficiency tests. Essentially, the process would be just the same. The only difference would be we'd have internal people sending us samples as if it came from an external source. And then the external proficiency testing that we receive is actually part of our accreditation. So it came in just like regular samples, and we would test it accordingly per our protocols.
Will we get to the Emmy
As far as
tomorrow?
the proficiency testing that you undertook over the course of your time at the lab, the capacities of those tests?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a little bit as far as accreditation with regard to the lab. What, if any, accreditation did the State Police Crime Lab have?
We had accreditation. It's a internationally accreditation board for forensics scientists, as well as any kind of lab in particular, and the branch that our lab would have fall under. We have a certain set of rules that we have to adhere to. Mainly, it's a standard known as ISO 17025. But we have a different accreditation board.
We were supposed to have 2 days
they
this week.
have
Oh, crap.
narrower requirements because of the type of lab that we are.
Why?
It may be pretty well understood, but that
Is it because we don't? But they had yesterday off.
Is that correct?
Why do they have the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Do they have another court hearing? Y'all, this is going to be hard.
Now, with regard to the lab,
I thought they were going to be in court Monday, Tuesday, off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but they were off yesterday.
forensic scientists who were working within the lab in your toxicology?
By the time that I left,
We'll find out at the end of the day.
So within the toxicology unit, there was one more when at the time that I left.
And
Thank you so much, Liz Cox. I appreciate you. Hang out whenever you want. I love having you.
is there some sort of rotation, or how were you assigned work as it related to your work in the toxicology?
So throughout my time there, we had more forensic scientists, 1s and 2s, and we would delegate each type of assignments that we would look for to different types of testing. On a monthly basis, we would get a different group of tests that we would perform throughout that month, and it would rotate to the next person as the month at the end of the month. So that's how we did the testing.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May of 2022, you're working with the lab at that time, is that correct?
Yes,
Were you assigned to serum conversions at that particular time?
I was. Yes.
And at some point, were you specifically assigned to a case involving a Ms. Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, as far as a serum conversion is concerned, if you could explain to the jury sort of what goes into that process and what is it that you're reviewing or you're looking at, how is a serum conversion, what is it, and how is it performed?
Sure. So with serum conversions, usually what happens is that we get hospital results. So that would be the police or the ADAs would get results from the hospitals. That
Okay,
whoever
I
was
got it. Now they're
attending
doing the chain
to,
of evidence
we
with
get
the
the
blood.
results, and usually hospital alcohol results are, they use serum in order to test alcohol. Serum is essentially the liquid portion of blood. Let's say, for instance, you fall and you cut yourself, that red stuff that comes out, that has serum within it. What the hospital does, they centrifuge it or spin it very fast in order to get the red blood cells, the white blood cells, and all kinds of the heavier
That I
materials out
knew.
of that blood. And what's left is a serum. So they use that to test their
Surprisingly.
alcohol. What studies have shown is that you actually tend to have a higher alcohol concentration in serum than in blood. So what that means is that due to the chemical nature of alcohol, it likes to stay in that liquid portion more than throughout the whole blood. So a serum conversion essentially is able to convert the alcohol content from that serum that we get from the hospital into what it would be in whole blood.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion in regard to Ms. Reed's medical records?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Finally, we're getting the answer.
Just ask you to review that if something was finished.
I got to get more.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to?
So this is the serum conversion report that I made, with the calculations were made on May 3rd of 2022.
And as far as the result that you received, in addition, so what kind of materials did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
We got the medical records.
May I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Do you know what I've noticed with them while they're doing this? Is we usually, when the witness comes off the stand, they'll ask if they want them to preserve the witness or if the witness is released. Why are they not preserving the witnesses? Everybody's just getting down. Can all of them be called back again? Or are they allowed to, are they fully dismissed? Are they subject to recall or not? Lois, thanks for stopping by. Love having you come more often.
Is that a portion of the medical records that you reviewed?
If we don't have any trial the rest of the week, I may go ahead and do the hearing for the rest of the week.
Yes.
And if you could, what was reported in the medical records that you reviewed and using in your serum conversion analysis as far as the level?
The level was at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And so with regard to that 93 milligrams per deciliter, I'm sorry, was there also a time that specimen was collected as far as your review of those records?
Yes.
And what was that time, sir?
It was at 9 in the morning, 9:08.
Now, as far as just in terms of the general term, as far as forensic science, what you did at the lab, can you explain what that term means or what you did in relation to that?
What do you mean specifically?
We need to talk about that, CG and Tex.
What is your understanding of forensic science? Can you explain that?
Oh, forensic science is essentially
While he goes on about that, let me say this. Normally,
scientific
they
study
tell
based
them
on
you are
anything
released
dealing with
or
the
you're
law.
subject to
So whether it
recall.
comes
If you're
to
subject to
ballistics
recall,
or DNA
you
analysis,
can't talk to anybody. That
or
all that stays
toxicology
in
like I did,
process.
anything
If you're
focused
released,
or based on the
if
law
you're
or
released,
for legal purposes,
you can talk to whoever
essentially
you
that's what
want,
forensic
but they're
science
not
kinda
stating
encapsulates.
that. So the witnesses aren't being told when they get off the stand.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding based on your training and experience? What is forensic toxicology?
So toxicology in general is essentially just a study of poisons, plainly speaking. So anything that'd be harmful to the body, essentially that would be toxicology, because you also not only have forensic toxicology, but you also have like environmental. And the forensic toxicology is just, like I said, again, with the forensic science, it's just basing it on things for legal purposes.
The way this judge is doing this will help the
Experienced,
defense
familiar
if
with
for
sort of the
any
different,
reason she's
you know,
found guilty.
Serum plasma level versus a whole blood
Will
level.
help with appeals.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding is of each and what, if any, differences there are between the two?
So just plainly, your serum plasma level, or the serum plasma is what it's called. It could be referred to as either or one or the other. So that is just the alcohol level in your serum, whereas your whole blood is your alcohol content or regular BAC in the whole blood. This difference between the two is, like I said previously, in your serum or plasma, that alcohol content would be higher as it would have been in the whole blood.
So what was the results?
Now, as far as the milligrams per deciliter, how that's reported in the Good Samaritan medical records referencing Ms. Reed that you reviewed in this case, is that typical as far as how hospitals would report sort of the serum plasma levels?
Yeah, from my experience and all the times that I've seen serum conversions come to the lab, milligram per deciliters are the units that they use from the hospital. Yeah.
Now, as far as that 93 milligrams per deciliter, what, if anything, with regard to serum conversion, what, if anything, are you then able to do to convert that to a BAC or a blood alcohol concentration?
So based on some studies, they came up with a few different conversion factors, knowing that the blood alcohol content would be higher than the serum plasma content. They're able to apply different conversion factors to the numbers that we would get in serum. And we usually get, excuse me, we usually give a low, an average, and a high, being that it's kind of hard to say what one particular person's conversion factor would be between the two of them, since it's dependent upon like age, sex, the water content, what you had to eat that day. So it's harder to pinpoint. Therefore, we give a good range as what it could possibly be pertaining, just in case a person converts, or their conversion would be a lot lower or higher. So we give a good range.
And as far as those different conversion factors, where do those come from?
It's based on some studies. I don't remember the actual names of the papers that were things,
No
but they were
problem.
based on studies throughout the forensic world when it comes to looking at specifically
Enjoy the
testing
lurking.
blood and serum to find that conversion factor.
And as far as those studies are concerned, do they come from sort of different population bases? Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's how they were able to get the range of conversion factors that they use.
Now, as far as the water within the serum, or sort of how that works with the centrifuge, what, if any, relationship does that have to the reading that you get or the conversion factors that you use?
So the water content, essentially, if the serum being the liquid portion of the blood, water is also liquid. It makes up some of that serum that you get from it. Therefore, your higher water content, more essentially, the lower the concentration could be of that, or lower or higher, depending upon whether or not your water content in that sample is lower or higher.
So as far as those different conversion factors that you're using, this is essentially a mathematical calculation, is that right?
Yes.
And so the different conversion factors that you're using for the low, the average, and the high, what are those conversion factors?
So the low is a 1.18, with the average being a 1.14, and then the high being a 1.12.
So based on your analysis, as far as the medical records and what was reported to you, using those three conversion factors, what, if anything, did you come up with as far as the low and average and high for the 93 milligrams per deciliter?
So our values that were calculated for the low was a 0.078 gram percent. The high was a 0.083 gram percent, with the average being a 0.081.
Now, sir, with reference to the alcohol that's reported in the records,
That's still
are you familiar with the
high.
different types of alcohol?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of what those types are and what the differences are or where they come from?
Sure. So there are multiple different types of alcohol, mainly based on the number of carbons that are within that molecule. You start off with methanol, which is one carbon. Methanol you can find in like some rubbing alcohols. You can find them in many different labs. You have big, large vials of them. Ethanol, which has 2 carbons, that one is the common one that is in our alcoholic beverages, and it goes all the way up isopropanol, octanol, etc. It all depends on the number of carbons in the chain of it.
And the type that's reported within Ms. Reed's medical records, that was ethanol, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to your training experience as a forensic toxicologist, you're familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to alcohol?
Sure. So alcohol is what is classified as a central nervous system depressant, and essentially the name kind of gives it away as to what it does. Your central nervous system is responsible for essentially all your movements, both involuntary and voluntary. So the way you move your head, the way you blink, the way you breathe, the central nervous system is responsible for all of that. With a depressant introduced into the body, it affects that central nervous system, causing things to slow down. So that's essentially what depressant means. It's going to slow down certain processes that a central nervous system would be in charge of. So you can have delayed reaction times. It can cause drowsiness.
Ask another question.
How would that manifest as far as a central nervous depressant affecting the body?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Go ahead.
There are many different effects that you could see, or side effects from having a central nervous system depressant in the body. Lethargy, sleepiness, drowsiness, unable to walk properly, any kind of any one of those tests that you see on TV from the police when they try to get your horizontal gaze and they try to make sure you're coordinated, it can affect all those things.
Now, sir, are you also familiar through your training and experience of working in forensic toxicology with a term known as retrograde extrapolation?
Yep.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
So a retrograde extrapolation is essentially another calculation, but it allows you to be able to calculate what the possible blood alcohol content would have been at a time prior to when the blood was drawn. Say, for instance, blood was drawn at 2, you could essentially figure out what the blood alcohol content would have been at 10 in the morning prior to it.
And that's done with the calculation as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what are some of the types of information that you would need to know or that you would want to know in order to perform a retrograde extrapolation?
We need to know, one, for sure, what the alcohol content would have been. We also need to know the time that the blood was drawn, as well as the time of the last alcohol consumption.
Now, in regard to timing, as far as what, if any, limitations are there in regard to performing retrograde extrapolation as it pertains to timing is concerned?
So when we do these calculations, anything that's shorter than 2 hours, we usually don't do that conversion.
And why is that, sir?
Because we're built in within our calculations, we allow for 2 hours. That has to do with the way that alcohol leaves the body. If the alcohol is still being absorbed by the body, we want to give it enough time to get to a point where it's coming out of the body as opposed to increasing in the body. So that 2 hours puts the person at a point in which that alcohol be coming out as opposed to it being absorbed.
So there are essentially 3 different sort of phases as far as intake of the alcohol into the body through dissipation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have usually there's a well-known kind of metabolism route to which alcohol metabolizes out of the body. Yes.
And so can you describe to the jury sort of that metabolism process as far as how it starts to its end?
Sure. So with having, let's say, 1 drink, what the body begins to do at that point is absorb the alcohol. Usually you get like a steady line that increases with time. So if you think of a regular chart where you have um, the level of alcohol in the body versus time, which would be on the y-axis or the x-axis at the bottom. As time goes along, after your first drink, the body starts to absorb the alcohol. If that was your only drink and that was it, the body then at a certain point it stops absorbing it because there's no more to absorb, and it plateaus. So essentially, the line goes straight. After that point, the body starts to eliminate it at this point, and then your level or your concentration of alcohol within the body decreases with time as it's getting rid of it.
And so there's sort of the absorption phase, a plateau, and then the elimination phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that in the course of your analysis for retrograde extrapolation, it's important to know sort of when the last drink was. Is that right?
Yes.
And why is that?
That way we can get a good time in and figure out the amount of time that has passed between the last drink as well as the time that the blood was taken.
Now, did you perform a retrograde extrapolation analysis with regard to Ms. Reed's BAC or the converted BAC from the serum conversion?
I did.
And so with reference to Ms. Reed, as far as you looked at obviously the hospital records, you looked at the serum conversion report, what, if anything else, did you review or look at in coming to that retrograde extrapolation analysis?
We usually get a police incident report, and that usually identifies the time in which, per their narrative, what time in which they had the last drink.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So again, presenting you with the document, if you could just look at that and look up and finish. Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the retrograde extrapolation report that I did for the subject of Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the time that you utilized in that report, as far as when was the time that you utilized as far as the last drink or time of operation?
The time that was utilized as the last drink, it was at 12:45.
That'd be 12:45 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you're using that to sort of extrapolate from 9:08 a.m. when the 93 milligram per deciliter is reported from Good Samaritan to 12:45 a.m. Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that 12:45 a.m., what if any difference would it make if it were a little bit off of that? Say it was 12:30 a.m. or it was 1 or 1:10 a.m. What if any impact would that have on your conversion?
So we tend to go by hours. So we kind of round to the nearest, I think, 15-minute interval. So a couple minutes or 10 to 20 minutes forward or behind of that 12:45, it wouldn't change the results by a lot, if any.
And similar to the serum conversion, is this done with different conversion factors as far as a low, an average, and a high?
So we usually just calculate a minimum and a maximum for the retrograde, and that incorporates some conversions as well.
Now, as far as the minimum versus the maximum, what of each of those sort of signify, or how do you come to those mathematical calculations?
So with the minimum calculation, we incorporate the 2-hour period. So we assume that maybe that 12:45 wasn't, the body wasn't at that point finished with the elimination. It wasn't in the elimination phase, so we allow it for 2 hours ahead of it. We also have a conversion factor. Once again, this is a study that was done to see the elimination rate of different people within a population, what rate they would get alcohol out of their system per hour. So we implied the lower limit, which was a 0.1 gram percent per hour, with that 2-hour allotted time interval, and then we use the lower serum conversion number, the one that was converted on the lower end. We use all of that in the calculation in order to come up with the minimum. The maximum one uses the opposite. So it uses the higher converted serum conversion number with the higher elimination rate using the full amount of time.
And these calculations or these conversion factors are all based on sort of medical studies that you reviewed in literature that goes into your training?
Yeah, all of it was part of the training, and they came up with those numbers prior to even when I was hired there. But it is based on multiple different studies in that, looking at that elimination rate.
And so from your calculations when it came to the minimum with regard to the retrograde extrapolation, what if any calculation, what if any result did you come from with your calculations as it pertained to the minimum?
So the minimum amount that was calculated would have been a 0.135 gram percent.
And that's essentially recording in a blood alcohol concentration, is that correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to the maximum, what if any result did you get from your mathematical calculations in regard to that?
The result was a 0.292 gram percent.
And so that range that you receive is a bit of a wide range. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why is that?
So we base those calculations. They're based on that conversion that I did from the hospital results from serum, giving us a good range of values in the first place. But then we incorporate the retrograde extrapolation one, which uses a time factor, and that 2-hour difference using two different elimination rates that causes a wider span of values. And it's just so that it can encompass essentially anybody within the general population, that they would be somewhere in between that lower limit and that upper limit.
So essentially from those mathematical calculations, anyone within sort of the general population with that result would be somewhere between the 0.13 and the 0.29, correct?
Correct.
May I approach just to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
I could have one moment, Charles?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You used a method called retrograde extrapolation to reach your sort of opinions and conclusions in this case, correct?
Yeah, it was a calculation.
And that means that you rely on an assumption that a trend will continue beyond sort of observable data.
So the metabolism is actually pretty well studied. So we know that that elimination rate, unless you introduce more alcohol into the system, it declines at that rate, and it's pretty linear.
Exactly. So in other words, certain assumptions are incredibly important for you to reach your analysis.
Sure.
And that includes sort of the timing of the very last drink that the individual had. Is that right?
Yes.
If your drinking pattern is sort of different than what you assume for purposes of your calculation, then you'd agree that your entire extrapolation would be incorrect. Is that right?
Yes, it could be.
And again, those assumptions sort of included the time of the incident, right?
Yes.
And importantly, the time of the last drink.
So those two will be what we use. It's the time of the blood draw as well as the time of the incident or last drink.
And your report acknowledges that the testing that was used to obtain ethanol results in this case was not performed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Correct.
And for that reason, the report and those results do not fall under your forensic lab accreditation standards.
Correct.
The Massachusetts State Police, as you testified, is an accredited forensic lab.
Yes.
And so you're required to meet certain minimum standards in order to uphold that.
Yes.
And you'd agree that those accreditation standards are different from accreditation standards that, say, a hospital lab might have.
They can be.
And do you ever work on testing within the Massachusetts State Police lab for serum tests or whole blood tests?
So we did test blood and serum for alcohol content at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Yes.
And their typical protocols are to use whole blood tests.
We use whole blood or serum.
In terms of the machinery that's used with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you'd agree that the gold standard is gas chromatography and mass spectrometry machines.
Usually with a headspace detector.
I'll let it, go ahead, you can
Sorry.
answer that.
Usually with a headspace detector, yes.
And that would detect whole blood rather than serum.
No, it just detects any volatile substance.
But you'd agree that a serum test usually, as you testified, has a much higher level than whole blood.
Yeah, due to the nature of the substance itself.
And so you kind of have to go through this extra step of trying to extrapolate, okay, how do I convert this to get to whole blood?
So what we incorporated anytime we had a serum sample submitted to the lab for alcohol testing, we actually did the same serum conversion in order to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been.
And that's an extra step that you have to take using conversion factors, correct?
Yep, that's a calculation.
You're not actually testing for ethanol in the blood. You're testing for an ADH, and then you have to do a conversion to get it to what a whole blood test would just automatically show you.
Yeah, so we get the serum level and then we convert it via calculation.
And typically in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you would do what's called confirmatory testing.
Yeah, so we have a screening method as well as a confirmatory test, correct?
And confirmatory testing means that you take two separate samples and you test both of those.
Essentially, well, our protocol involved testing in duplicate, but that's not always the case for the other drugs that we tested. We essentially have a screening test, which is one type of test, and then the confirmatory test would be a separate test, or sometimes even the same test, just we run the sample again.
And the reason you typically would do two tests is to ensure that there's no error in the testing.
Correct.
And that acts as a fail-safe against false positives. You
Yes.
agree with that? And it also ensures that you're testing the correct sample.
Correct.
And in this case, obviously, you didn't conduct any of the testing.
Correct.
You're just assuming the accuracy of a single test that was performed by a hospital.
Actually,
I'll allow it.
yeah.
And so if the clinical results are invalid, then your extrapolation is going to be invalid.
Yes.
Now, you discussed a lot about sort of serum testing and conversion rates. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
And you'd agree that the precise conversion rate between serum ethanol levels and whole blood ethanol levels is almost impossible to accurately predict.
For each individual person, it would be difficult, yes.
And that's because the amount of water in our blood is scientifically impossible to predict with accuracy.
I'm not aware of any kind of test that would do that, so yeah.
Because individuals are different, right?
Yes.
And so the conversions that you use are based on averages from scientific studies.
Yes.
But you'd agree that in certain instances, people can fall outside of that average range.
Yeah.
In fact, a comparison of hospital serum alcohol levels, they range quite wildly. You'd agree with that.
Yeah.
In fact, you're aware that some studies show that a conversion rate from serum alcohol to blood alcohol can be as high as 1.59%.
I wasn't aware of those numbers, but yeah, it could range. That's why we give a wide range, and you could lie on the outskirts of either side.
And so that would mean that the actual blood alcohol content, once it's goes through the conversion rate, would be much, much lower than sort of the average conversion rate that you relied on.
Yeah, it could be both higher and lower.
And that includes that range that you gave, right?
Yeah, it could fall within the range.
You'd agree that the more imprecise an extrapolation is, the less reliable it is.
Yeah, you do have to base it on good. Your starting blocks have to be good. So you have to know the times in which the blood was drawn, the time of the incident, and essentially what your value was for your BAC.
And the time of the last drink, you'd want to know that?
So we would put that around the time, yeah, either
How?
the time of the last drink or the incident date.
Lindsay, thank
So
you,
the
but
more sort of
how?
unknowns you're trying to account for, you'd agree the less
Basically, all I've said is this is not
It could be, yes.
conclusive.
And
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay.
you'd agree that sort of the range you gave in this case, which was 0.135 to 0.292, that's a very, very large disparity.
Yeah.
I'll get it right one of these days.
Almost a sort of 120% swing.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent of, for example, predicting a child's going to grow somewhere from 6 feet to 14 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's a very large number. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, there's a large range, like I said, due to the factors involved in the calculation. That's how it gets so large.
And that's because you're acting with a lot of unknowns in this case.
Yes.
Now, you testified that your retrograde extrapolation assumes at 12:45 a.m.
Yeah, we allow for we start for the maximum at the 12:45, and then it would have been 2:45 for the minimum.
And so for purposes of your calculation, if Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yep. Yeah, it would.
No further questions.
Hey, Mr. Lally.
Spray, please.
So in this instance, Mr. Roberts, you're dealing with a time of incident that was known, correct?
Yes, it was given to me that it was at 12:45.
And as far as the BAC or the serum conversion that was coming from a medical record, as far as, so that was known as well at 9:08 in the morning.
The time that the blood was drawn, yeah, that was known as well.
Now, as far as the question you were just asked, if the defendant drank alcohol after 12:45, does that include sort of shortly after 12:45, or how long after 12:45 would it take in order to affect your calculations or your retrograde extrapolation?
It's hard to say where that would have skewed it. It would have definitely caused a different time frame depending on how long after the incident or the reported last drink. If there was another drink in between there, it just shortened up the amount of time that would have been prior to the blood draw for sure.
What I'm asking is, would it have any significant impact, or would there be any difference if the last drink was, say, at 1 a.m. versus 5 a.m.?
So that'd be a 4-hour difference. So essentially, that could, given the conversion rates, that would put the numbers very different. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, so the 5 a.m. would significantly impact your calculations, correct?
Yes.
The 1 a.m., would that significantly impact your calculations?
No.
Okay.
Okay. You all set, Ms. Little?
If I could just ask one.
You're not in court for today.
You said that you were given 12:45 as the time that you sort of based your analysis on. And to be
Yes.
clear, that was not something that was provided to you by my client, right?
No.
That was something that was provided to you from a police report.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Michael Trotta to the stand.
I got to catch up all this stuff later. I'll put it on desktop. Y'all are going to like this. Oh my God. He's barely moving. Who is he?
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearings for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Y'all ready for this? Watch.
Sir,
Sorry.
could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Trotta, Trotta.
And where do you live, sir?
Sharon, Mass.
How long have you lived in Sharon?
Long in Sharon since '82.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I am the superintendent of public works for the town of Canton
And how long have you held that position as superintendent of public works?
since 2003.
And did you work for the town of Canton prior to 2003?
No.
Now, with regard to being the superintendent of public works, can you describe to the jury sort of what are your duties and responsibilities when it comes to that work?
Typical management duties of staffing, controlling, directing, working on the budget, working on scheduling, long-term scheduling, 5 to 10 years, capital planning, overall operations, the day-to-day operations, what it takes to maintain a water system, a sewer system, the road system.
Now, with reference to, if I could turn your attention back to late January, early February of 2022.
Snowplow.
February, were you contacted by a trooper in regard to a blizzard that had happened the week before?
Yes.
And do you recall?
What
who
was
that
that
trooper
date,
was
y'all?
Or how they contacted you?
I believe it was Michael Porter, and I believe the contact was by phone.
What was the date?
Now, with reference to that trooper, is that someone that you knew or you had spoken to before in any way?
No.
And prior to that date, did you know a John O'Keefe or Karen Reed or anybody?
No.
And as far as anybody within an Albert family within the town of Canton, were you familiar with them? Did you know them at the time?
No.
So he do none of the players involved.
When you were contacted in that early February of 2022, with regard to the blizzard the week before, what if anything was the trooper asking you? What kind of information were they looking for?
He wanted to know what the procedure was when we prepare and staff a snowstorm.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the procedure, or what at that time, what was the procedure, and what was sort of the makeup of what Canton DPW would do with regard to a snowstorm?
Well, we have the town is divided up into, I believe, 29 plow routes, several main routes, and side routes. The routes are generally somewhere between 3 miles and 3.5 miles long. And we have 30, I think back then we had 39 pieces of our own and probably 30 something private plow trucks. We try very hard to have 2 trucks on a route, but we generally don't get enough. So if we try to have a town truck on a route with a private plow on a route. The private plow is procured through a bid process. They have to have a contract. They have to have
Do you see
insurance,
the red cup,
liability
y'all?
insurance, and they have to show that they've paid their taxes to the state and that they have workers' comp. And they have a contract with the town. Then the operations manager is in charge of the on-site, boots on the ground, if you want to call it that. He'll assign the specific truck and the private contractor to a route. Generally, the day before, maybe 12, 18 hours before, the two of us talk. We try to schedule the overtime so that you're not going home at 3 o'clock and then you're getting woken up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to come back. We like to schedule it so when the
Look in the
guys
upper right-hand
go home,
corner.
they know when they're going to come back.
What H did I
To
forget?
the best of our ability, that's what we'll do. We'll tell the contractors when they are expected.
If
And
you want,
generally,
if the
we're
mods want to do it,
plowing,
there's the format I like.
It starts
If
with
y'all,
a
I've said if y'all
sanding
type it,
operation.
I'll pin it,
So
but
we would
it's not
have
been happening.
a sanding fleet, which is
What H did I miss?
maybe a dozen trucks. They'll come in early, and then the rest of the public works people come in at a scheduled time.
Where does it go? What's the correct spelling then?
Correct me if I'm wrong, there'd be about 30 some odd trucks that were sort of DPW trucks.
A few more. I'm not sure the exact number. It's probably 37 or 38 because that counts sidewalk plows too. So there may be, I think there's 3 sidewalk plows, so there's probably 34 or 35, we'll say, between medium-sized trucks and the big construction trucks.
That was sort of my next question. As far as the DPW trucks are concerned, do they vary in size, or what is sort of the range and size of the town?
They'll go from a pickup, 2-ton pickup, a F-150 or F-250 Ford, if you're familiar with that, to a medium-duty 20,000 to 22,000 pound truck up to a large construction truck, which is generally 26, 28,000 pounds.
Now,
The large truck is a 6-wheel truck.
and as far as the other trucks, the private ones, those would sort of be subcontracted out through the bidding process, is that correct?
Yes.
And would the range, as far as the size of those trucks, would that be similar or something different?
They are pickup trucks, usually lighter pickup trucks. There may be a couple of front end loaders. There's probably, I don't think there's any big heavy duty trucks, but they're probably pickups, might be couple of Jeeps, pickups. Again, a medium duty like an F-350 or F-450 pickup. Those are Fords, and loaders.
Now, with respect
I know
to,
what happened there, y'all.
questions or
My computer automatically fixed it. It thought I was trying to say trotter.
street or plow
I
route
put
that other
TTA and then I just did it again and it,
I
and I went to go
believe he
save it.
asked who
Tried to
was
change it, so
down,
got it fixed. Thank you.
that's Fairview, or down in the Cedar Crest area, that's what we call it. I believe that's what he asked me.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, that was funny. So basically what happened is they went to the chief, the assistant deputy chief of PD, I don't know if it was Bontner or Canton, and asked him for something to collect the blood in the snow, and he gave the people, the police, Canton PD on scene, red Solo cups. They didn't have a proper collection kit. Miss Kevin, look how I did direct, cross, redirect, recross. Their name, testimony, and if we know who they are and what they did. what their position is, just like I did in the one that's pinned now. That would help a lot because I mean I've got a lot I'm doing vaccine. It's like the duck pedaling underwater. And then if as soon as it's up there, I'll just pin it. I need one mod, or no, two mods, who are willing to be on as much as possible that I can actually put you on inside StreamYard and you can access like I
Yes,
can.
sir.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This would be a plow plan for that day. It's a plow plan for the season,
Sorry,
but
that
it
was
is
rude.
particularly a plow plan for that storm of January 28th through January 29 of 2022.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Thank you.
Anybody who's willing to, I need a couple. I can only add 2 people, but I can put you inside the StreamYard program. You'll have the passwords. You'll be able to go in and do what I'm doing now.
Charlotte, when it comes to that form for you that's now been marked as Exhibit 109, I just have a couple questions for you in regard to what's listed there. So with regard to the top of the page, there's a listing as far as 1/28/2022 Boulevard, 11 p.m. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean, sir?
That means that the first group of workforce, which would be the Sanders, were scheduled to come in at 11 o'clock that night.
Now, as far as the next entry going across the top of the page has 1/29/2022, is that correct?
Yes,
And as far as what's listed as WNS/BM/REC at 2 a.m., what does that mean?
W and S would be water and sewer. BM would be building maintenance. REC would be the rec. And they are scheduled, that would be the balance of the Canton's workforce. They were scheduled to come in at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that 2 a.m., would that be at the same sort of central location? of
Yes,
all
they
of
would all report to the Bolivar Street garage. I think that address is 150 Bolivar Street.
Now, as far as the next listing, it states contractors at 3 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that referring to?
That would refer to all the private contractors that would be plowing that day.
That's
So
true.
again, it's staged.
And sort of the last sort of notation on the top of that, it indicates out at 5 a.m., 1/30/2022. Is that correct?
That would be when we completed and everybody went home.
Now, with reference to the Cedar Crest neighborhood or the area that would include Fairview Road, there's different route numbers that are assigned, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which route number would include Fairview?
That would be Lower Cedar Crest number 11.
And from that, that would include Lower Cedar Crest, Kings, Fairview, and Spring, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the vehicles and the vehicle types that were assigned to that route pursuant to this list, what types were they and who was assigned to?
Truck 30, which would be a town of Canton truck. That's a 43 International. Brian Lochran would be the driver. The 43 International is a medium duty truck. The next up would be 7400 International. That would be the large construction truck. And there is an absolute, a by the yard 4x6, which is I believe that's a small 1-ton dump. That would have been the private contractor that was on the route with the city truck.
And so that truck 30, the 4300 International, is that a bigger truck or a smaller truck than the 1-ton?
Then please again, then the 1-ton?
Yes.
It's a larger truck. It's a, like a 3 to 5 cubic yard truck, and the large truck is like an 8 to 10 cubic yard dump. That's a dump truck.
And as far as the height on that international, would that be, how much would it be taller or shorter than say a 1-ton dump?
If you want, I would estimate that if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a car, you're probably 2.5 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of a 1-ton, you're somewhere around 3 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of this 4300, you're probably somewhere around 4 to 4.5 feet. And when you're sitting in the big construction truck, you're another 8 to 10 inches, 5 feet, 5 feet plus.
Now, when you're driving, or when the plow drivers are plowing the roads, excuse me, what, if any, sort of instructions are they given as far as how to first start plowing the roads when they first come upon sort of dropping the plows and going?
If we're in a plowable situation, which is kind of hard to define, it's generally when we feel that traffic is impeded or may not be able to safely get up and down the street. So that's probably anywhere around 2 inches. They're instructed, and we're expecting a heavy snow. They're instructed to plow the middle of the road, keep the middle of the road open. And as they make their way through the route, they're supposed to push back a little bit. If they try to clean a whole lane and then come back and do the lane again, generally they end up being in trouble and they can't keep up if it's a heavy snow. So they're instructed to plow the middle of the road, to keep the roads open as much as they can before they do their finished cleanup.
If I may have one moment, Sean?
Yes.
How small is your town, Ronnie? We're 24th. We're right at 20. Actually, I'm going to round it up to 25,000 in town. Now, the county area is much bigger.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Ooh, cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Prado. Sir, Michael Proctor called you on February 3rd of 2022. Does that sound right?
It may be, I'm not sure of the date.
It was within days of the big snowstorm, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was investigating the death of John O'Keefe, which had occurred on January 29th, correct?
I did not know that.
Had you heard that there was a police officer who was found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
Well, I knew, yes, I knew.
It's fairly big news at the time, correct? And were you aware that that was why Michael Proctor was calling you, related to that investigation?
After he called and identified himself, he said that is why he was calling.
Of course. Now, you spoke with him over the phone only, correct?
Yes.
He never came down to the DPW to meet you in person, correct?
Not me, no.
And he never asked to interview any of your employees, correct?
We may have discussed who was on that route and who plowed, but I'm not sure at that time if he had told me he was going to go talk to anybody else.
Oh, so it's your testimony that you may have told him the identity of the plow driver when you spoke with him on February 3rd over the phone?
I may have, but I am not positive.
You don't have a memory of him asking you who the plow driver was?
He asked, no, I don't have a memory of his exact questions.
But leaving aside the exact wording of his questions, it's fair to say you don't have a memory of him asking you who plowed Fairview Road on January 29th. Is that fair to say?
He asked me about, I believe he asked me about this plow list,
About the what? The plow list?
this plow list.
Right, but on the plow list, there's the name by the yard, correct?
Yes,
All right. There's also, to the left of that, an indication of the name of the plow driver, and it's just a first name and a last initial,
Yes.
correct?
yes,
It doesn't spell out the whole last name, does it?
no,
But you know the full last name, correct?
yes,
You have a limited number of employees, right? It's not a 1,000-person company, right?
yes,
All right. And you're well familiar that Brian L. is Brian Laughlin, right?
yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any memory of whether the name Brian Laughlin was brought up during that phone call with Michael Proctor?
I may have said to him, that's who BL was, but I did I believe I referred him to the operations manager to double check who was on plowing that day.
Okay. You say you may have mentioned the name Brian L. or Brian Laughlin, but again, I'm just trying to drill down on what your memory is. Do you have a memory one way or the other as to whether the name Brian Laughlin came up in that conversation?
If you are asking me, do I remember 100%? No.
Okay. In any case, Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, never asked to speak with Brian Laughlin when he talked to you over the phone,
He
correct?
did not ask me, no.
I'm going to allow the question and answer.
And how short was that phone call with Michael Proctor?
If I tell you, you're going to ask me, how do I know for sure? I would say a few minutes, whatever a few minutes is.
I'm going to accept that answer. And you would agree with me that after, and you, by the way, you were trying to be helpful, correct?
Yes,
After that couple or 3-minute phone conversation, you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor never followed up again with you personally.
that's a good question. I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'd like to direct your attention to about a week and a half later, specifically the date of February 14th of 2022, which maybe you don't remember the precise date, but around that time period.
What was that again?
Came into work around that time period, and you learned that a defense investigator named Paul Mikowski had left his business card for you with somebody on the DPW staff, correct?
Objection.
I got to go back a few because I lost that one. My
You were
bad.
trying to be helpful, correct?
Yes,
After that couple or 3-minute phone conversation, you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor never followed up again with you personally.
Sorry, I got to go back further.
that's a good question.
Sorry.
Drill down on what your memory is. Do you have a memory one way or the other as to whether the name Brian
The
Laughlin
14th.
came up in that conversation?
If you are asking me, do I
Sorry, y'all.
remember 100%? No.
Okay. In any case, Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, never asked to speak with Brian Laughlin when he talked.
It's whatever a few minutes is.
I'm going to accept that answer. And you would agree with me that after, and you, by the way, you were trying to be helpful, correct?
Yes,
After that couple or 3-minute phone conversation, you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor never followed up again with you personally.
that's a good question. I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'd like to direct your attention to about a week and a half later, specifically the date of February 14th of 2022, which maybe you don't remember the precise date, but around that time period, you came into work around that time period, and you learned that a defense investigator named Paul Mikowski had left his business card for you with somebody on the DPW staff, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Yes.
I do not,
Sir, that means you
Oh.
don't answer that question. I think he's going to ask one that's an appropriate one for you to answer. Okay.
Do you recall when you came into work receiving a business card from Paul Mikowski?
no,
Do you recall calling Paul Mikowski back?
No,
Do you recall speaking to any investigator from the defense at any point within a couple of weeks after you spoke to Trooper Proctor?
no,
Do you deny telling Paul Makowski to call Bill Walsh?
Objection.
Sustained.
Who is Bill Walsh?
Billy Walsh is the operations manager for
Is he the Highway Department supervisor?
yes,
Did the name Bill Walsh ever come up in your conversation with Michael Proctor back on February 3rd?
Objection.
Did that name come up when you first spoke with Trooper Proctor?
Again, I believe I mentioned it, but I am not positive.
And is it fair to say that the Canton DPW has their own plowing and sanding trucks?
Yes,
Does one of them in particular have a nickname?
if they do, I don't know what they are.
Have you heard one of your trucks being called Frankenstein?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't drive the trucks, correct?
No, I do not.
But Brian Loughran does?
Yes, he does.
And Brian Loughran was driving the truck that plowed Fairview on January 29th of
Yes.
2022?
Objection.
Let me have a moment.
Yes, it'll stand. The answer will stand, Mr. Lowry.
Let me just have a moment. Richard.
This to me is more interesting than the forensic crap they brought. I mean, excuse me, it's not crap, but oh, she's helping him. Something's up.
The witness or the sidebar?
The witness.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's doing good. Y'all look at the difference in the witnesses versus Jen McCabe. Go back and watch her and watch how all these people are
Well, I have-
testifying.
yes, but
You're able to read the exhibit that you have in front of you?
yes.
Terrific. I'm handing you another document, sir, and I would ask if you would compare that document with the document you have in front of you and tell the jury if it's the same document or not.
I love this comment. I'm going to pop it up there because I don't know. And it's spelt with a C, not a K. Just FYI. We don't know.
It appears to be.
Does it appear to be identical?
Yes.
I will take the one back that does not have the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you, sir.
How do you know this, Miss Kevin? I haven't heard this. I heard that he was going to go and help plow, but I didn't hear this.
May I just retrieve the exhibit?
Yeah. All right, Mr. Chardo, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
Done? Oh, I guess he couldn't get that in.
You have another witness here, Mr. Lowry.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mr. Louis Jutras to the stand.
Oh my God. Y'all we're gonna have to have help with that name. What was that name? I have a list of witnesses thanks to one of my fabulous mods. Jutras.
Thank you. I took the stick.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Louis Jutras, Jutras.
And where do you live, sir?
Stoughton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Stoughton?
About 23 years.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I work for the town of Canton. I'm the manager of the Information Systems Division of the Finance Department.
And
The what?
how long
What
have you
was-
been
I'm
doing
sorry,
this?
what was the last part?
Of the Finance Department.
Thank you.
And sir, how long have you held that position?
Almost 25 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, just as far as your job is concerned, what does that relate to, or what is it that you do as a director of informational service?
Sure. So my responsibilities are for the municipal departments and all the technology associated with that.
And does that include everything sort of from cell phones to GPS in town vehicles to security systems, things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your department, how many people work in your department?
There's 3 of us in total, myself and 2 others.
So you essentially supervise the other 2 people as well?
Yes.
Now, at some point, if I could turn your attention to around the time of January 29th, 2022, some point after that, did someone from law enforcement or from a police department reach out to you in regard to security cameras or camera systems within the town of Canton?
Yes, I received a notification from the Lieutenant Gallagher that there was a motor vehicle incident in town, that the state police would be looking for some video footage.
And so you received an initial notification from Lieutenant Gallagher telling you that the state police would be reaching out looking for video.
Correct.
And at some point shortly after that, did you receive any sort of, did anybody from the state police reach out?
Yes. Trooper Dunn had reached out. We had a phone conversation. We had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequiside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
And so as far as what was relayed to you by Trooper Dunn, what was sort of the description, or what was it that you, were they asking just specifically timeframes, or did you get any other information as far as what you were looking for?
From what I recall, there were 2 different timeframes, between 12 and 1, and then between 5 and 6. That was in our discussion and correspondence relative to Town Hall.
And just to be clear, that's from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, as far as the Pequiside Farm, describe to the jury sort of what kind of location that is, or what kind of town property it is, and where it is in relation to the town.
Yes, so the physical area is off of Pleasant Street, which intersects with Washington Street, closest to Dedham Street and the police department. That's a large area, big white house, and we have cameras that, face the entrance, the street, and the surrounding building.
As far as the coverage from those cameras, have you had occasion on either this occasion or prior occasions or subsequent occasions to look at sort of the view that the camera gets from Pequiside Farm?
Yes, yeah, we have a straight shot down from the building, down the entrance driveway, right to the street. The other cameras that are around there's a couple of doorbell type cameras that physically focus on specific sections, and then other ones cover the general grounds around the building and the backside.
All right. So can I interrupt for a minute, sir? Could you please spell the name of the farms?
Yep, Pequiside, Pequiside.
Thank you.
Sir, is it, Mr. Jutras, is it fair to say that the Pequiside Farm cameras cover more of the property and less of the street out in front? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that was the initial request, was in regard to Pequiside, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the subsequent request, what was that in regard to?
That was for anything town hall or library that physically faced Washington Street.
And so the town hall and the library, sort of where are they situated in relation to each other and in relation to Washington Street?
Yep, so they physically abut on either side of Washington Street, right at the intersection of Sherman. They are diagonal to each other.
Now, as far as the recording devices or the cameras on town buildings within the town of Canton, are those, are they sort of uniform or does it vary from location to location or vary within the location?
The physical model of the recorder, as far as the manufacturer, that is the same that we have across 15 different sites. The types of cameras do change, interior, exterior, doorbell, things like that. But all the actual recording units are of the same manufacturer, just different sizes and models.
And as far as the town hall and the public library cameras, as far as the exterior cameras at least, they face in that area of Washington Street and actually capture portions of Washington Street?
Yes. Yep.
I think Ronnie sent those to me. Y'all might want to ask her. I'm trying to find it.
Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, particularly the exterior cameras that we're talking about as far as the library and the town hall, how are they sort of set up to record? Is it one continuous recording? Are they motion activated? How are they?
Yes, the cameras, based on size and so on, they are all set up for motion in pretty much all of our locations.
And as far as from your review of those cameras, is there any sort of indication on the footage as far as date and timestamp or anything like that?
Yes, we usually have it in one of the corners or someplace along when we have the video saved off and exported.
And when you were able to pull the video that the troopers were requesting, the date and timestamp affixed to those videos, was that accurate as to what the date and timestamp actually was at the time that it's recording?
Yes, I would believe so.
And sort of those date and timestamps, you know where they come from?
The system is linked to a time server, which is remote and is used from the national standards.
Now, as far as the video is concerned from those, they're motion activated, but how far back do they go as far as how many days pass before, does it get sort of overwritten at some point?
Yes, depending on the site, most of them, because of the motion activated, because of, various request types and so on, and the number of the cameras, we usually try to get about 30 days. There are some that go longer because the site is or isn't used as much. And then there are other ones where, specifically with the library, they only requested to have a maximum of 30 days on that device.
And so when you received this request from the troopers, that was well within 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because we're talking February 7th for the last request.
Now, as far as the video that you exported, well, let me ask you this. As far as when you were asked to retrieve that video, can you explain sort of mechanically the process, how you got that video and how you delivered that to the troopers?
Yeah, so specifically for the town and the library one, that again, timeframe provided, using the manufacturer's software product, doing the search, picking the
Can you
cameras
share
that are
email
facing
you
the
sent
Washington
with
Street side,
on May
and then
21st
having the time frame and
with the list of
exporting that out.
witnesses to
That
everybody in
becomes, depending
our
on the size of it, either a full executable
our
that can just
chat
be
group?
opened and viewed, or a combination of files that has a player with it. And
I have a
then
mods chat.
based on the fact that we had already put videos together and that material was
I just
picked
need
up,
your emails to invite
I had
you.
sent a file share link for that information.
You had sent that file share link to Trooper Dunn, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the video that you reviewed, were you sort of parsing or were you looking for specific areas, or did you just sort of take the whole time period requested and send that off to the troopers?
As far as I recall, it was the whole time frame, just
Don't
because
what?
we only have 2 cameras or so that physically cover the area in question, and he had 2 separate hours in question as well. So they were able to be exported and sent.
Now, as far as this particular,
I don't know what you mean by
video,
don't.
this is video only, correct? There's no audio that's attached to these cameras?
Correct, no audio.
Now, as far as access,
Yes, I just
to
did that
cameras
today.
within the cameras, who, if anyone besides yourself, would have access to remove any sort of footage from the camera?
No one.
Now, sir, before we get to the camera footage specifically, I just want to ask you about another area.
Mhm.
In relation to, also within sort of the ambit of your duties and responsibilities would include GPS on town trucks, correct?
Yes, Public Works has a setup via their radios for GPS information.
And so with regard to that, specifically the DBW trucks,
Mhm.
what, if any, information did you receive from anyone at the DBW in relation to those GPS devices within the trucks shortly after the snowstorm from the 28th and the 29th of January?
Yep. So on February 1st, I received notification from the operations manager that the GPS information was not working.
Oh, wow.
And so you received information after the snowstorm that it wasn't working during the snowstorm. Is that correct?
Correct.
That sucked.
And as far as that, as far as GPS sort of going down in the DPW trucks, is that abnormal, or how often would that occur?
Yes, it happens several times throughout the year for various reasons. They have a radio repeater. It's connected through a network. It runs software on a server that we have in-house. Server's rebooted, network goes down, things that, change for various reasons, and we need to reestablish connection to whatever recorder it is for that repeater, and then the information is then picked up.
Now, taking you back to the Canton Public Library video that you provided to the trooper, were you told anything about sort of
All right, mods.
any type of vehicle or anything to be looking
I'll leave
for
that up.
in that particular
5
video?
minutes. Go there.
Not that I recall.
Did you recall ever actually watching the video yourself as far as confirming sort of what it was?
Yes, I watched it from the time frame to see that we had information, watched it just to move forward to the end to make sure there was information, and when the recording, was physically available. But what was in it, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a disc. Just ask you to, as far as that video from the Canton Public Library, you've seen that video subsequently, is that correct?
I don't see anybody. Go ahead and say hi
with the wording on
within
it?
the Discord so I can
I have
see
not
you.
seen this.
Not that specific disc, I'm sorry. sir.
Oh, you're in general. I need to get you in mods. How do I do that?
Review that footage before you give it to the trooper.
Let me.
This is not mine to the trooper.
Understood.
I got it.
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay, guys, did I miss something? I'm doing this. Did we miss anything important? I know I'm that horrible. I'm doing too much. I gotta mute the sound. Okay, that's what I don't want. Okay. Hey, okay. All right, y'all. You've all joined. I am going to minimize this as much as I can. I am going to dump an entire folder. Okay, fine. Okay. What's up? Some of this is my stuff. Some of this is somebody else's stuff. I am dumping too many uploads. Oh my God.
Both agree that this will be the next exhibit?
Yes. Yes.
Hand that to Madam Court Reporter.
Ten files at a
All right,
time.
so the parties agree that this is the next exhibit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to briefly, publish
Done.
portions from those.
Hold on. Get Mark.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first video portion from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Mr. Jutras, from what's up on the screen, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera, this is from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what we're looking at here, this is the view from the camera as you observed it on the security camera and as you provided it to the troop, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, do you have is there a laser pointer up on the desk in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this area as far as the area of Canton?
Yes, yes. Town Hall is right across the street.
And I'm sorry, I stepped right over your words when you were saying that.
Yeah, so Town Hall is right across the street, and the intersection here is at Sherman, and this is Washington, the longest street that you'll see.
So Washington sort of runs parallel with the street, and then Sherman is the street that appears to intersect with Washington.
Correct.
In the area of the town hall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Cohen, if you could take that down and then just put up the 5 to 6. Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this essentially the video that you provided to the troopers or retrieved from the Canton Town Library from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. later on that day, January 20th?
Yes, sir.
And the orientation as far as Washington Street, Sherman Street, that's all the same in reference to the earlier. The camera hasn't moved.
Correct.
Thank you. You can take that. I may have one moment, Charlie.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jutras.
Good afternoon, Attorney.
So confirming the state police, when they contacted you, asked for 2 hours of video footage, right? Between 12 and 1 a.m. on January 29th and between 5 and 6 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You pulled that video footage, or at least arranged for it to be pulled for the state police, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you checked the beginning time and the ending time to make sure that you had the right time periods for those 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
But you did not sit down and watch 1 hour of snow falling and or cars driving by the public library, correct?
That is correct.
Didn't
I
do
did
that
not.
for between 12 and 1 or between 5 and 6.
Correct. I did not.
And at the time that you provided the video footage to the state police, did you know whether or not there was any missing footage within those 2 hours?
No, because again, I did not play every single second of the video.
Understood. It's fair to say, and you're certain, that you did not cut out any of the video footage in those 2 time periods, correct?
Correct. It's motion activated. That's the only piece.
You provided the state police with the raw footage as it existed in your possession at that time, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew that the raw footage was only saved for between 30 and 60 days?
That one is less than 30. Yes.
Right. Now, as of early February, when you were dealing with the state police, you knew that Karen Reed had been arrested and charged in court, correct?
I do not recall if I had that information.
You knew that there had been a police officer found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
At that time in February, I believe so.
And that likely would have been discussed when the state police called you?
I do not recall the conversation other than asking for video footage for Washington Street.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could just keep if I can't hear you, I guarantee you that these last jurors can't hear you. Could you just repeat that last question?
Yep. Again, when in the conversation with it, we had the dates and the timeframes, and anything else relative to it, I do not recall specifically the
Oh, okay.
conversation.
So you don't have a memory of why you were being asked for this?
Correct. I know it was for a motor vehicle accident. Who and what, I do not recall if that was ever mentioned specifically.
Okay. And you would agree with me that as the IT director, you had the ability, if you wanted to download the footage onto some hard drive to preserve it, if you wanted to do that?
Yes.
Did any state trooper ever ask you to download and preserve that footage so that it would exist longer than that 30 to 60-day period?
No.
And so it's fair to say you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
You complied with what they asked you to do.
Yes.
Now, skipping ahead to April 6th of 2023, you were contacted by Michael Proctor, a state trooper investigating this matter, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you recall Michael Proctor asking you to provide to the defense in this case the same raw footage you had previously provided to the state police?
No.
And you don't recall telling him that you couldn't do that because after 30 to 60 days, the footage is gone, correct?
I had a phone call with what I thought was Trooper Dunn asking for another copy of the data and telling him that I did not have it and I couldn't recreate it.
I see. Oh, so you assume
If it was Proctor, but no, I thought I was speaking with Trooper Dunn.
Trooper Dunn was the name that you remembered from February.
Correct. That was the first interaction I had.
And when they mentioned state police, you assumed it was the same state police trooper, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that once you shared the footage with the state police in February of 2022, you didn't control what they did with it after that, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge about how they preserved it or didn't preserve it, correct?
I'll allow it. Do you have any idea?
No.
And one last question. You cannot testify about whether any video was removed from the footage after you provided it, correct?
Objection.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, any follow-up?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you are all set. Thank you. You have another witness.
I do not, Your Honor, no. May we approach just on?
Okay, guys, I don't know what the heck that person is, who that person is. I tried to delete them, but at least, hey, we got it going. Don't know, and they're gone. I hope. I tried to. I'm gonna delete. Oh, yeah, I think this is I think this is a bad post. I don't know how to fix it. That's the risk we take. All right, that's the way it is. Like I said, I am just learning Discord, and so we'll be sure. Have I missed anything important? I'm not muted. I got a lot of tabs open here. I'm trying to salvage it. Can y'all hear that beeping? I tried turning it off and it won't stop.
So
You are
jurors,
unmuted.
in fairness, I didn't tell the lawyers that I was hoping to go until 4:30 today.
Ah!
I understand, as sometimes happens with
law enforcement works is they get called away. So that's it for today. Now, next week, I would like to go as much as we possibly can on the days that we're here for full days. So
Next
Monday
week?
is a full day. I would like to go until 4:30 if
No,
everybody can,
I blocked.
with the shortened lunch hour. Tuesday, we're not in session. Wednesday is a full day again. We'll go right till 4:30 with the shortened lunch. Thursday is a half day, maybe even closer to 12, and Friday we will not be in session. So those are dates that we gave you before. So we will get as much done as we possibly can during.
What?
Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read.
Y'all be nice to my son.
Please disregard it. You've got a few days off. Just disregard this case. Don't think about it. Leave everything.
I got to go back and watch that guy's testimony.
All rise for the court, please.
Wow. He's kind of like a moderator for me. He's teaching me how to do all this. Karen, turn up your volume. I'm totally on. My son is okay. Matt, how do I get rid of people I don't want in here? Oh, Matt.
All right, and for scheduling, I will actually see you over here for scheduling purposes.
Oh. I'm really skeptical, y'all. Okay, yeah, we'll replay it, but we'll do it another time. But right now, we're gonna wrap this up on this end. My first time having it on X or Twitter, I don't know what to call it. It was an interesting experience on that end. We got a ton of viewers, at least 415 views there. I wish we were having that much here. All right, I will rewind it. How about that? We'll rewind that guy's testimony. I think we lost it right about here. We're going to play from here and we'll play to the end. How do you get rid of block people in this that you don't want? Here we go, y'all.
At some point, if I could turn your attention to around the time of January 29th, 2022, some point after that, did someone from law enforcement or from a police department reach out to you in regard to security cameras or camera systems within the town of Canton?
Yes, I received a notification from the Lieutenant Gallagher that there was a motor vehicle incident in town, that the state police would be looking for some video footage.
And so you received an initial notification from Lieutenant Gallagher telling you that the state police would be reaching out looking for video.
Correct.
And at some point shortly after that, did you receive any sort of, did anybody from the state police reach out?
Yes. Trooper Dunn reached out. We had a phone conversation, and we had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequaside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
And so as far as what was relayed to you by Trooper Dunn, what was sort of the description or what was it that you, were they asking just specifically timeframes, or did you get any other information as far as what you were looking for?
From what I recall, there were two different timeframes, between 12 and 1, and then between 5 and 6. That was in our discussion and correspondence relative to Town Hall.
And just to be clear, that's from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, as far as the Pequaside Farm
Mhm.
Describe to the jury sort of what kind of location that is, or what kind of town property it is, and where it is in relation to the town.
Yes, so the physical area is off of Pleasant Street, which intersects with Washington Street, closest to Dedham Street and the police department. That's a large area, big white house, and we have cameras that face the entrance, the street, and the surrounding building.
As far as the coverage from those cameras, have you had occasion on either this occasion or prior occasions or subsequent occasions to look at sort of the view that the camera gets from Peckwood Side Farm?
Yes, yeah, we have a straight shot down from the building, down the entrance driveway, right to the street. The other cameras that are around there's a couple of doorbell type cameras that physically focus on specific sections, and then other ones cover the general grounds around the building and the backside.
All right. So can I interrupt for a minute, sir? Could you please spell the name of the farms?
Yep, Pequiside, Pequitside.
Thank you.
Sir, is it, Mr. Jutras, is it fair to say that the Pequot Side Farm cameras cover more of the property and less of the street out in front? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that was the initial request was in regard to Pequot Side, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the subsequent request, what was that in regard to?
That was for anything town hall or library that physically faced Washington Street.
And so the town hall and the library, sort of where are they situated in relation to each other and in relation to Washington Street?
Yep, so they physically abut on either side of Washington Street, right at the intersection of Sherman. They are diagonal to each other.
Now, as far as the recording devices or the cameras on town buildings within the town of Canton, are those, are they sort of uniform or does it vary from location to location or vary within the location?
The physical model of the recorder, as far as the manufacturer, that is the same that we have across 15 different sites. The types of cameras do change, interior, exterior, doorbell, things like that. But all the actual recording units are of the same manufacturer, just different sizes and models.
And as far as the town hall and the public library cameras, as far as the exterior cameras at least, they face in that area of Washington Street and actually capture portions of Washington Street?
Yes. Yep.
Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, particularly the exterior cameras that we're talking about as far as the library and the town hall, how are they sort of set up to record? Is it one continuous recording? Are they motion activated? How are they?
Yes, the cameras, based on size and so on, they are all set up for motion in pretty much all of our locations.
And as far as from your review of those cameras, is there any sort of indication on the footage as far as date and timestamp or anything like that?
Yes, we usually have it in one of the corners or someplace along when we have the video saved off and exported.
And when you were able to pull the video that the troopers were requesting, the date and timestamp affixed to those videos, was that accurate as to what the date and timestamp actually was at the time that it's recording?
Yes, I would believe so.
And sort of those date and timestamps, you know where they come from?
The system is linked to a time server, which is remote and is used from the national standards.
Now, as far as the video is concerned from those, they're motion activated, but how far back do they go as far as how many days pass before, does it get sort of overwritten at some point?
Yes, depending on the site, most of them, because of the motion activated, because of, various request types and so on, and the number of the cameras, we usually try to get about 30 days. There are some that go longer because the site is or isn't used as much. And then there are other ones where, specifically with the library, they only requested to have a maximum of 30 days on that device.
And so when you received this request from the troopers, that was well within 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because we're talking February 7th for the last request.
Now, as far as the video that you exported, well, let me ask you this. As far as when you were asked to retrieve that video, can you explain sort of mechanically the process, how you got that video and how you delivered that to the trooper?
Yeah, so specifically for the town and the library one, that again, timeframe provided, using the manufacturer's software product, doing the search, picking the cameras that are facing the Washington Street side, and then having the time frame and exporting that out. That becomes, depending on the size of it, either a full executable that can just be opened and viewed, or a combination of files that has a player with it. And then based on the fact that we had already put videos together and that material was picked up, I had sent a file share link for that information.
You had sent that file share link to Trooper Dunn, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the video that you reviewed, were you sort of parsing, or were you looking for specific areas, or did you just sort of take the whole time period requested and send that off to the trooper?
As far as I recall, it was the whole time frame, just because we only have 2 cameras or so that physically cover the area in question, and he had 2 separate hours in question as well. So they were able to be exported and sent.
Now, as far as this particular video, this is video only, correct? There's no audio that's attached to these cameras?
Correct, no audio.
Now, as far as access to these cameras and the footage within the cameras, who, if anyone besides yourself, would have access to remove any sort of footage from the cameras?
No one.
Now, sir, before we get to the camera footage specifically, I just want to ask you about another area. In relation to also within sort of the ambit of your duties and responsibilities would include GPS on town trucks, correct?
Yes, Public Works has a setup via their radios for GPS information.
And so with regard to that, specifically the DBW trucks, what, if any, information did you receive from anyone at the DBW in relation to those GPS devices within the trucks shortly after the snowstorm from the 28th and the 29th of January?
Yep. So on February 1st, I received notification from the operations manager that the GPS information was not working.
And so you received information after the snowstorm that it wasn't working during the snowstorm, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as that, as far as GPS sort of going down in the DPW trucks, is that abnormal, or how often would that occur?
Yes, it happens several times throughout the year for various reasons. They have a radio repeater. It's connected through a network. It runs software on a server that we have in-house. Server's rebooted, network goes down, things that change for various reasons, and we need to reestablish connection to whatever recorder it is for that repeater, and then the information is then picked up.
Now, taking you back to the Canton Public Library video that you provided to the trooper, were you told anything about sort of any type of vehicle or anything to be looking for within that particular video time frame that they were asking about?
Not that I recall.
Did you recall ever actually watching the video yourself as far as confirming sort of what it was?
Yes, I mean, I watched it from the time frame to see that we had information, watched it just to move forward to the end to make sure there was information, and when the recording, was physically available. But what was in it, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a disc. Just ask you to, as far as that video from the Canton Public Library, you've seen that video subsequently, is that correct?
This disc with the wording on it?
Yes.
No. I have not seen this.
Not that specific disc, I'm sorry, sir, but the footage, have you been shown that particular video footage, or did you review that footage before you gave it to the troopers?
This is not mine to the trooper.
Understood. Now, may we approach?
Okay.
You're right. My bad. I'm learning this is all new. So this is my second day in Discord. It is a little overwhelming with everything. I just did Twitter. I'm doing Discord. I mean, it's just overwhelming. So my wonderful, it's on. So my wonderful Steve is helping me. I want to listen to these dates again. That's more important to me right now. I can go back and listen to all that.
So the parties agree that this is the next exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks.
I thought I did that, y'all.
I would just ask to briefly, publish
Done.
portions from those.
Hold on. Yeah,
Look, I was like
Yeah,
that.
but watch your own chat.
If I could have the,
Huh?
Everyone in your chat saying you're muted. Secondly,
You're loud right now. Let me mute.
Mr. Jutras, from what's up on the screen, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera, this is from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what we're looking at here, this is the view from the camera as you observed it on the security camera and as you provided it to the trooper, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, do you have is there a laser pointer up on the desk in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this area as far as?
Sorry, you guys. I had to talk to
Town
Steve
hall
here.
is right across the street.
That's priceless. Okay.
Yeah. So town
So-
hall is right across the street, and the
What?
intersection here is at Sherman, and
Here.
this is Washington, the longest street that you'll see.
He's going to do something for me. So he's got control of the mouse. And so what we're going to do is, I think,
Yes,
we're
sir.
off for the rest of the week officially. So I'm going to switch to more of an evening routine. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week. I might cover different things. Mods, please meet with me in Discord. Let's talk about what cases y'all want to do or what y'all want to do. Thank you. Did you turn off the sound? That dinging? I tried to.
Everything but private
Yes, sir.
messages now has been turned off.
Okay, well, I tried to do that and it wasn't working. So, okay.
So there's a streamer mode inside Discord. You want to turn that on when you're
correct.
Okay, do me a favor. Teach me that when I'm done. Thank you. He is phenomenal. Y'all have no idea how much there is to learn. This can be super overwhelming. I'm a little bit overwhelmed is none to say the least.
Thank you very much.
None to say the least. I'm going to get rid of the cup for now too. I just thought I'd throw that up there for giggles and
Good
grins.
afternoon, attorney.
So anyway, today we had a ton of views. I was very blessed with that. It looked like we had 422 views today between Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, or X. I keep wanting to call it Twitter. I am very blessed to have him. He's been using Discord for a long time in gaming, so he really knows how to do this. If you right now, do me a favor, mods, go to Discord. The ones that are here can see it, and type gotcha or something. I would love to hear from you guys on what you guys would like for just me to be on for the rest of the week. Thank you, CG and Text, to helping me get through this. Ah, God, hang in there for you too, hon. But CG and Text, you are in? Perfect. He's in. I have a couple of others that weren't on right now, so I guess there's a link I can set them, or an invite I can send them, and I'll get them in later. But right now we are. I'm going to hold on to the Google in case something crashes. I got to figure out how to share files and things over here. I tried to earlier and it was not being successful. But Ronnie had sent me an email, and in that is an entire list of. Ronnie, you're fine. You can you can be there. Ronnie, I'm okay with you. Don't exit from it, Ronnie. Please, you're welcome. I am happy to have you in. You're an honorary mod. If you want to be a mod, I will happily make you a mod, Ronnie. There, Ronnie, you are a mod. Okay, so we will I will figure out. I don't know how to invite people into this particular chat, but we will get there. We will get there. I don't know what I'm doing, but my son sure in the hell does. God love him. God love him. I believe in having multiple mods so it takes the pressure off of everybody. I do need 2 mods at minimum to I can only add 2 more people to my StreamYard. That's really cool because what I can do is add 2 people to StreamYard, which means they can sit there and do what I do. I guess it also they can go in and pin post. I have to pay for what? Perfect. What do you mean, Karen? Ada, you have to pay. Pay for what? Also, mods can or admins can type in announcements and links. So I do have I paid for StreamYard Pro. So I think I have spots to have those people in. I love it when you get these little things. Oh, to send big files. Well, I can also if y'all send me, if not this minute, but we need to create an email list. Steve, if you're listening, if we can create an email list. Oh, in Discord. Yeah. We can create an email list, then I can generate an email and send all of those too. Who is Nee? Sorry about that, y'all. Yeah, put anything you have to share, put it in the mods list. I don't mind sharing with people, but part of this is I need to create, as soon as I can do it and monetize, I need to create a members only, a VIP room, and places like that where people can access those themselves. Our resources are our resources. I don't mind sharing them, but I do want to be careful. How do you do that? CG and text. What does that mean? Help me out here. You rock. Sounds perfect. Um, how do we invite Andriel or Anne into the mods? I don't know. My son, I will learn. I will learn. We can also do a voice channel. We can also, I'm sure y'all will have to teach me. I also did create an event. I need to delete that because it's PM and not AM, but that's okay. I'm learning. I asked him. I did. Yes, you are here on StreamYard, on my YouTube. You are a mod on YouTube. So, but we're going to work it out. I don't know who that is. No, can you please introduce yourself to me? I don't know who you are. Oh, that's okay, Karen. We appreciate you being here when you can. My goal is to have all the mods over here in Discord, and that way we can have resources and things that we can have together, depending on what court case we're doing, our discussions and whatnot. The other thing is I want mods to have special privileges, so that will be important to me. Eventually, my first priority is to get my YouTube monetized. So I don't know how I got to get more people. My struggle is I'm stuck at that 211 and I can't seem to get past it. Um, how many mods do we have? 5? 6? Okay, Matt, CG and Tex has it. We're good. We're good. I think I have 5 or 6 mods. Okay. Thank you. And who is that, CG and Tex? Okay, if you are a mod and you're in chat, in my Google chat group, Okay, guys, if you were in my chat group, I am going to send you let's see if I can do this. I'm learning. I'm warning. All right. I just sent the thing in Discord. I'm not muted. Okay, I just sent the thing in Discord. I mean, Discord over to the mods chat in the Google chat. So we're going to roll everything over. Oh, your guys are awesome, and so is my son. Thank God. Yeah, I agree. We're going to go ahead and shut this down right now. We are now in mod chat over in Discord. So if you want to go over there and join me, mods, you may. No, you're not, Andrea, but other people are. So, but we'll get you in. Don't worry. So, everybody, thank you so much for joining me today. It was an interesting court. We will not be in court at all for the rest of the week for the Karen Reed. However, tomorrow, late afternoon, evenings, I don't know, whenever I feel like it, I'm going to go. I will be going lives. I will post it and give a warning. Okay, guys, do you know what? Let's kind of have fun and rock this out. Let's see how this sounds. All right, guys, be blessed. I'll see you later.